Hello everyone, my name is Katie and welcome to the Greenland Quilter channel. How's everybody doing today? Have you had a good week so far? We're almost at the end of the week too. We're on Thursday here. It's April 30th. It's the last day of April, so we no longer come tomorrow. We'll be in May. So that's fast. Pretty fast that the whole month of April has passed on by. Let's say hello to Robin. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Rita. It's good to see you. Does the same. Wait. Robin says, oh my God, it notifies me half hour early or an hour late. And then Robin says, that's okay. I have scalloped potatoes in the oven, so I'm all set. And then Rita says, does the same to me. And let me see here. Sylvia's here. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. And hi, Janet. It's good to see you also. Hey, Cindy. It's good to see you. And then we got, have we got anyone else in here? Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. So I thought I had more people in here, but it doesn't look like it. Okay. All right. So, yeah, what y'all been up to this week? Let me know in the chat how your week's been. I hope you had a really good week. It's been, without any incident of any type. I'm a little stuffy, you probably can tell that, and my eyes are bothering me, so I may seem a little out of sorts today, but we will be all right once I get in just bear with me here. Okay, so I want to wait a little bit, maybe 10 minutes for people to get in here because I'm going to be giving instructions for the sew along that we're going to start today, which is the other half of my channel sew along I had mentioned to you guys weeks ago. Yeah, so we got that going on. And so tell me what you've been working on this week in the chat while we're waiting on people to come in. And what you got planned for the weekend too. Tomorrow's Friday. I can't believe it. For some reason I thought today was Friday. Go figure. But that happens to me sometimes. I get my days crossed up. It's very easy for me to do that when you're only you and no husband, and my sleeping arrangements are kind of screwed up right now on top of it. So anyway, I was out earlier today and I picked up another box. I think that our mail problems are on the mend. Hi, Ginger. Welcome, welcome. So I am excited about that because maybe I'll start getting mail on a regular basis. And also maybe I'll finally be able to send mail out, like some giveaways that have fabric involved in them because I have some stuff I want to give away. So there's that too. And yeah, I'm excited about that. Okay. So what's everybody been working on? Let me know in the chat. Talk to me a little bit. Tell me what's going on in your lives. Is everybody doing okay? And I'm sorry this started late. Hi, Linda. Welcome, welcome. This weekend, hiking a 7-mile loop and a surprise birthday party for sister-in-law. Oh, that sounds like fun. Let's talk about the channel. Today is question number 25. Who'd have thought it that we have gone through March and April with these questions, and I will be sharing. Okay, so after today, you guys have 1 week. A week from today will be the drawing, and we will be giving away 2 $50 gift cards and 2 $25 gift cards. And so make sure that you get your form filled out and make sure that you have wrote all the correct answers to each of the questions. And you can find the answers to the questions in any live that started on the first Thursday in March. So you might want to write this down in case you don't remember. We started the challenge on the first Thursday in March, which would have been March the 5th. And so, and you'll find the answers to all 25 questions starting on the 5th of March and running till today. Today's the last day. And and the days that you'll find these on will be all of my lives that happened on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only. All of those Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays for March, all those Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays for April. And there's 25 questions, and I've already got all the questions written in the form for you to answer. The other day, I don't remember which day it was. I think it was one of those days last week where I read all the answers or read all the questions and gave all the answers in one live. And it was near the end of the video. So it's your job to, if you haven't been keeping up, is you're going to have to go through. And remember, I told you that you can find the answers between the 2 to 3 hour mark. There is a couple of them where I did 2 questions because one of the lives had to be skipped because I had to cancel it. And y'all talk to each other. I mean, y'all can share each other, ask each other, do you have the answer to this question? So you have a week to get this done. And like I said, I just shared the link in the channel for the trivia form. You got to fill out the form to participate in the giveaway. And the other rule is you have to put all the correct answers in the form. So make sure, I figure a week's long enough for you to go check all these replays out to find the answers for any questions you may have missed. So remember to do that. And I'm going to mention it again 2 or 3 times tonight. And then I'll remind you every live all the way up to when we have our first live in May that you need to get it done. You have until Wednesday, May. Well, let's see. The giveaway is going to be on May. Let me give you the date for the giveaway. Will be the first Thursday in May, which is May the 7th. So you have until midnight Eastern Standard Time on the 6th. That's a Wednesday to get your forms done. I will be shutting down or locking out the form after midnight Eastern Standard Time of Wednesday the 6th. Thursday the 7th will be when we do the giveaway. So make sure you get all your information typed in and done, and then make sure you go back through there and make sure you do have that you put the correct answer with the right question. Make sure you get all that done because there's 4 giveaway cards in play. I've been thinking about, I might be a little generous and add a couple of giveaways that I have to mail out now that the mail system's getting better. Now that we have an airport open, I feel like I might be able to mail a couple packages out, which will involve some fabric. So, and I will mention that on the live on Thursday. I need to go figure out which fabric I want to give away. I do know that there's a couple of things I want to give away that I know I won't use. Kind of purge myself of some fabric that doesn't talk to me anymore. So there'll probably be a little bit of that involved for a couple of lucky people. So keep that in mind. Make sure you get your answers answered though, because that's very important. Does anyone have any questions concerning the questions for this giveaway? And hi, Denise, it's good to see you too. And hello, Lee, good to see you. I've been watching your videos. And Nina says hello to everyone. It's good to see you as well. Nina, did anyone slip in I didn't see? Let me back up. Hi, Ginger, it's good to see you. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, I think I caught everybody, I hope. I thought I was going to have a wingman tonight, but it doesn't look like it. All right. Okay, so that's the biggest thing. And I'm trying to think if there was something else I was supposed to talk to y'all about. Y'all know that I'm going to be going to Denmark in June. So there's that. Let me see if I had some. I do have a premiere podcast that's going to come up. So mark your calendars for that. That is going to be on the premiere. I did a pre-recorded interview with Happy, because Happy's going to be starting her channel, and that's going to premiere on Monday at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. And then she's going to come sew with me on Friday May the 8th. So we got that upcoming. Let me see. We're doing a live member for paid members. We will be doing a live on May the 6th. So we got that upcoming as well for the next week and a half. Okay, so that's mainly what we got going on. Okay, about the trivia game. Jenna says it was really fun trivia game. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm probably going to do some more trivia probably when I get back from Denmark. So because we'll be talking about our trip to Denmark and where we went, and I think that'll be fun to add make a trivia where it involves both Denmark and Greenland and our trip to Greenland. So, and I'll probably do that because I know I'm definitely going to do some gift card or giveaways for new. Keep in mind that we will definitely be doing the 4th annual 12-hour live on New Year's Eve, and there'll be giveaways for that. So I'm thinking I want to do another trivia that runs kind of from, say, July up to September or something like that. August, yeah, it'd be like a 2-month thing or a 3-month thing, and I'll ask questions because I think y'all are having fun with this, and y'all are learning things too about me and about me and Dick, learning things about me and Nikolai and learning things about Greenland that's non-political in nature. So I'm hoping you're having fun with that. I really hope you've enjoyed the trivia game too, because it's been a lot of fun. Now let's talk about the elephant in the room. All right, the elephant in the room is this game that we're going to do. Okay, so you might want to get, first of all, you need to get pens or pencils and some paper out. Let me know when you have your writing instrument and some paper down, because I'm going to give you some information that you need to have handy in order to participate in this little game. And this little game, when we are done with, I don't know what size we're going to go to yet, because I'm going to get feedback from all of y'all, those that are going to sew. I really hope y'all will participate in this, because it may sound crazy and it may sound like way outside your box, but if you just relax and don't think so much about it and go with it and play with me, it'll be fun. And then I am definitely going to do a giveaway for that. So I'm just like, y'all are probably like, why do you give so many giveaways? I like giving. This is my way of giving back to you guys, because you guys have been supportive of my channel. You've helped my channel grow. You're always here on my lives, and I appreciate every one of you because of all the time that you come in here and hang out with me and watch me scramble some nights. You know what I'm saying. So hi, Annie. So let me know you got pen or pencil or paper ready to go, because I have some instructions I want to give you straight out. You will need, I had told you guys before, anything 1 inch and bigger you would need for this game. Actually, you need 1.5 inch and bigger. So yeah, the 1 inch sizes need to go into the other pile that I mentioned that would be for improv. But tonight we're not doing improv. We'll do improv next week. So here's what you're going to need. You're going to need to, in your fabric stash or your scrap pile, you're going to need to cut a lot of, you can cut as many of these as you want. I don't have an exact number right now, but you need to cut 1.5 by 1.5 squares from your scraps. Please involve all colors that you have in your scrap pile. You're allowed to, everybody I know has leftover scraps from background. Please, you can use that too, because you may, if you have trouble doing disorganized, some of you might have trouble with mixing colors without a background. So get your background scraps out too. So cut a pile of 1.5 by 1.5. I don't have an exact number of how many we're going to need, because this is an improv kind of sort of, only it's it's an organized kind that we're going to do with the game. So Katie says, cut several 1.5 by 1.5 inch squares. Hi, Shirley. It's okay, Shirley. I just now starting to give the instruction. So Katie says, cut several. You see here, I have, uh-oh, hang on a minute. Oh, yeah, let me see how I have a pile of these. So just cut you a pile of 1.5 by 1.5. Write that down on your paper. Then you're going to cut 1.5 by 2.5. You'll need a pile of those. And I'll repeat this several times tonight. I don't know how many of you have a box or a container where you have leftover half square triangles from stitch and flips and from doing half square triangles. You need to get out the smaller size ones. If you don't have real small sizes, we are going to trim down. We'll be trimming these down to a specific size because you're going to need some half square triangles. You will also need to cut. You will need a small pile of 4.5-inch squares, any colors, including background scraps. You're going to need 4-inch squares, any color and background scraps. Yeah, so that, yeah, and I think that'll get us started. Let me make sure here. You're also going to need, yeah, okay, all right. So that's what you're going to need to do. And let me show you what we're going, here's an example. And I'm going to try to pin this so you can see it. Every time I've tried to pin when it's just me, it doesn't work. Let me know if you can see this. Can everybody see this? Or do you just see my face? Let me know in the chat. That answered my question. Damn. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to figure out how I can make this where you can see it. All right, I'm just going to put it in front of the camera. This is a sample of what we're doing. Yeah, I know. Same here. Okay, so I'm just going to put this up to the screen. This is what we're going to start working on. Can everyone see this? Everybody with me on this? Do you see this? Okay, this is what, yes, they're small, but they are doable. If I can do it, you can. Hi, SK, damn it. Okay, so as you can see, this is what we're going to be building. Now, this is just a small portion. This will get bigger, and this will get more colorful as we work. Denise says, hi, Katie, are you going to be making what? So this is an example of what we're going to be doing. As you can see, there are small squares in here. We have half square triangles in here. This is an hourglass. Now, I made this where it took over 2 rows. We'll talk about how to do that. We have a half square triangle here. And right here, I don't know if you can see it, but this is a quarter square triangle. I don't know if you can see it or not. So we're going to do a mixture of mostly it's going to be squares and rectangles. Now listen, about your scraps, you want to make sure you have things that have some directional fabric on it, because those are going to come in handy. You want to make sure that everything you pick has some kind of movement in it, along with solids. You can do solids, you can do directional, because they're all going to come into play here. You can do things that contrast with one another. I don't want you thinking too much about, well, how am I going to match this color? This isn't about matching color. This is about doing something scrappy and just going with the flow. And you're going, and the whole premise for this is so we are using scraps. We're doing something with them instead of them sitting in a box vegetating. Okay. This is not a final size, Denise. I don't know what the right now it is currently, because I just wanted y'all to see an example. Right now it is 4.5 wide currently, and I think it's 6.5 long. I think. Let me look. Yeah, so it's 6.5 by 4.5 currently. Okay. Now I think what I want to do is we'll see when I add 2 more rows on here, it may turn out to be that it's 6.5 by 6.5, and that might be where I haven't made a decision if I want to do squares or if, well, we're going to do squares, yes, but there will be no borders in between any of this. It's all going to look something like this. This is what we're going for. And you can see this is a small size, and then I have one humongous big piece. And I want to, speaking of which, hold on a minute. There's something I want to share with you guys, because I want you to understand where we're going with this. Where is Facebook? Because I have some pictures to show with you that I saw, that I took it while I was in QuiltCon of 2024. And I want you to see these pictures because it'll help you understand where we're going with this and how I want to be. We're really going to have fun with this if you just go with it and have faith in me and what I want you to do. Dubravka, hello. And she says, I can see it. It looks nice. Yeah, so this sample block is 4.5 by 6.5 currently. This is not the unfinished size. Yeah. Hang on a minute. I need to get these pictures downloaded. I need Messenger up here where I can see it. I forgot to download them earlier because I sent them to my husband. My husband's like, what are you doing? Because I was too lazy to hook up my phone. But I want you to see this, and some of you are going to be like squirmy about it because it's like, oh my God, that looks like total chaos. It's not chaos though. It's, if you look at it, if you really just sit and look at it for a while, you'll see what I'm getting at, because anything's possible with scraps. Okay, so I found that part. Now let me go down here to my Explorer. And we're going to fix this where you can see it. And then I'm going to share my screen. Now, I saw these at QuiltCon. And I couldn't believe my eyes because I'm like, oh my gosh. I think this was in the maximalist category. I believe that's what these were under, if I remember right. Uh-oh, hang on a minute. I'm having trouble seeing something. Okay, I need to see my Zoom. And then we need to share screen. And anything you're saying in the chat, I'll go back and catch it. And then we'll continue on with the Katie Says. So Katie says, pay attention to the screen. No, I'm not being a smartass. I'm just trying to be funny and trying to, yeah, I'm just trying to be funny. Okay. While we're waiting on it to show, so you can see what I just have up on my screen. And growing, yes, it will grow. Yes. Here's the thing. I'm going the first 2 or 3 times we get together to sew these pieces together. We won't exactly have an exact size, but I'm hoping within about a month and a half, we'll have an idea as a group where we want to go with this. Okay, these were at QuiltCon, and I want to show you something because some of these are interesting. Now, ours isn't going to look like this. I already showed you what ours is going to look like, but I want you to see how scraps can be used. And this is at QuiltCon. See this? This is all scrappy fun. And I know this is not some people's cup of tea, but all I'm doing is giving you an example of, see how they used color, and they really did, all of this works well together the way they did it. And I'll show you, I have some more examples, so hold on. Oh, wrong way. Okay, here's the next one. And we're going to go through this quilt a little bit so you can have a look. We're going to start at one end of it. Okay. See, they just took what they had and they went with it. And this is something you can do with any kind of scrap. Now, the Katie says it's going to be a little bit more organized than this, but when we do the improv with our crumbs, they are going to be like this, where you just have small pieces sewn together. They did applique on there too. Isn't that cool? There's applique in here. But anyway, with the other part of this sew, where we're using what's smaller than one, what we're sewing with 1 inch is smaller, will be all improv. And this is a type of improv here. And you see how they just intermixed all their stuff together here. It's really, to me, this is spectacular. Look, soccer balls. And if you go, you can use any of your fabric. I am intermixing both cotton and batiks with this sew along. So use what you have in your buckets. Make sure you drag out all those unused half square triangles because we're going to use those. If you have unused of this, these rectangle half rectangle blocks, if you happen to have some of them, you can also use those. I don't have any, I don't think, but I can probably make some out of scraps where you can have, we can incorporate some of that into this sew. So there is just so much that you can do with all of this. And I hope everybody's watching. And see, all this is all the fun that we can have. You know, maybe we'll get creative and put some applique in there, you know, some circles of applique in there somewhere, since I'm learning how to do applique right now. There's all things that we can do to have fun with this. I want you to have fun. I don't, like I said, I don't want you to be thinking too much about this, because I know some people, a lot of people like organization, not chaos. And this is, you probably think this is chaos. To me, I think this is beautiful, because this is something where someone, it's like a painter doing a painting that's using lots of color. My daughter loves to use color this way, and you can do this with fabric. And this is just, this is happy and in your face, and yeah. So let's go to the next one. Now I want you guys to check this out. We have circles in here. And when I got to looking at it closer, look at this. This is total scrappy, scrappy, scrappy. You see that? You got some 4 patches in here. You got this illusion of circles involved, which I'm pretty sure those are actually curves. But you see how they took their scraps and they did something with it. Isn't that beautiful? Look, I see batiks in there too. And these are all examples of how you can take what you have left over from all your projects and turn it into something. And here's the thing about this: if you don't want to, you know, use it yourself after you've sewn it, You can gift this to someone, and I guarantee you someone is going to love this. I know kids would love it because it's so beautiful and bright. And then we got this one. Wait till you see this one. This one looks like it's using the wedding ring. Do you see that? The double wedding ring? This is with scraps. This one's truly amazing. And I'm sorry it's pixelated because I'm making it big. But see how they just went scrappy, scrappy, scrappy. Do you see the skulls? There's even skulls in here. Someone was being hilarious. This looks like a TV screen right here. But yeah, they did a wedding ring pattern, but it's all totally scraps. There's some hearts right there, more skulls. And Robin says, got a phone call that sent her down the rabbit hole. Oh, there's a cat right there too. You see that? So you can sit here and look at this all day. There's hearts right there. I mean, there's all kinds of things that it gets you looking at it, see what all's in here. These were all at QuiltCon 2024. Now here's another scrappy version. This one's more organized, but they use edge to edge color from pieces of scraps. And I think that's truly amazing. So what do you guys think about that? Teresa, are you coming on the live? I sent you an email, or did you not? Oh, she'll be in a few minutes. Okay. Hi, Sherry. It's good to see you. So this was, I hope that this is inspiring you a little bit and not turning you in the other direction. Here's one more to look at. Now, this one used all of it, looks like they're leftover scraps from blues and yellows. And, you know, sometimes you have a ton of leftovers. I know I did when I did my, when I participated in a mystery, I had lots of leftover half square triangles and 4-patch blocks. And this person got creative and made, look, there's a house right there. You see that? And they got creative with their scraps. And this is just a mixture of different sizes. There's a heart right there. And a house looks like. I mean, look what they did with it. So anything you could, you know, all of this stuff can be used instead of being thrown away. That looks like a raw sun, or oh no, it's called a cartouche. Yeah, it looks like a cartouche. But anyway, you see what they did with this? This is so beautiful. And so this is what I want to do with Katie Says. We're going to get creative, and our masterpiece is going to involve, I would love to be able to do circles, but these are such small pieces. What we could do if we did do circles is we could do applique on top, and I have to get Sherry to help me figure it out because they got to be tiny, you know, putting a random circle here and there on top of our creativity. So this might look chaotic, but when you stand away from it, it's gorgeous. And it's amazing because someone, you possibly, if you tag along on this little fun, will come up with something really cool. Now, here's some things I need from you that to help me keep up with whether you're participating. Tonight I want you cutting. So we'll start out with cutting, and then I'll explain what I did to make this example so you can see it. And then there's going to be a bit of math involved, and I'll work that out as we go along because we're going to be doing some half square triangles. One of the things I want to show you concerning half square triangles, because I know all of y'all have either, it depends on you, the person. Some of us will sew our when we're doing stitch and flips, we'll go ahead and sew the other half that we cut off. And we'll talk about that directly here in a minute. Yeah, let me unshare the screen. All right, we're back to the normal screen. Okay, but anyway, I want you to get a good look at this because this is what I'm going for with us. The only thing is we're not going to have the Greenland flag in here. We're not doing that in here. But maybe we can make some circle appliques and attach to our work as we get nearer the end and you know, give us a little bit of curves going on there. Well, because these are all small pieces, but you see how colorful that is? And yes, that looks busy, but it really, when you have it in front of you in person, it's gorgeous. Okay. All right. So as an example, I don't want to run over that. We'll come up close to the camera here. As you can see, now I made an hourglass here, and this is not finished. It looks weird because we're going to be adding to the bottom of this. So I did, these are 1.5 square pieces. And then we have a half square triangle. And what I did is when I mentioned that some of us save our stitch and flips, or if you save loose triangles like this, you can do this, because what you're going to do is take your stitch and flips and you're going to press them open. Well, before you press them open, I don't know how many of you have either a block lock or a quilt in a day. If you do not have either, you can still trim these down to the size you need using a regular ruler here. But if you do happen to have one of these, these will help you with these stitch and flips, because the stitch and flips need to be 1.5 inch square. These rectangles are going to be 1.5 by 2.5. We also have a quarter square up here, and we're going to be using I'm sure everybody has loose triangles. We're going to use a specific size, and then we'll trim this down to fit. Trim it. We'll sew it together first and leave it folded in, you know, leave it like this, and you can trim it this way, or you can trim it using a regular ruler, whichever is easiest for you guys to do. The only one that I'm going to give a specific size for you to make is this, because this is a whole different size. And then we're going to trim it to a specified size so that it fits within this. This is a 3, I think this was 3 inch by 3 inch, I believe. And yeah, so we're going to do that. So like I said, what you want to start out doing now is I want you taking what you have in your stash, your scrap stash, and I want you cutting a lot of the little squares that are 1.5 by 1.5. Katie says cut lots of 1.5 by 1.5 mixed squares. Hey there, Hiking, how are you? I'm here. Oops, been here for a while and too hooked on my Premiere. Okay, it's all right. You are going to, Katie says also to make lots of these 1.5 by 2.5. You're going to get your bucket out, or your whatever you store your extra leftover stitch and flips. You're going to be using your stitch and flips. If you've sewn your stitch and flips together, like I have here, I have a whole pile of these. And they're different sizes. And what we're going to do is, if you already sewn them together, you're going to trim them down to be 1.5 by 1.5. And here's a pile I've already done. Let me show you how I've trimmed them down. The whole idea is to use what you have in your scrap pile. These have all been trimmed down to 1.5 by 1.5. See, they're small, but they are sewable, because you'll end up with 1 inch. They'll be 1 inch once they're sewed together as a finished half square triangle. Andrea says, I already have hundreds cut of them. And hey, Andrea, can I get up with you about us getting start writing this so everybody has a bit of a direction too? Now, what I'm also going to be doing is, after tonight, keep an eye out on my community tab. I will also make a PDF file I'm hoping Andrea's up for the task because she's the writer here. We'll get a PDF file made that you can download from Google Drive. And we'll also post the instructions over on my Greenland Quilter page so that you'll have it. And you'll have 2 weeks to get all of this cut. I'm going to show you a couple things like how to trim down these half square triangles to be 1.5. I'm a little bit rusty on using a regular ruler to do this, so you'll have to bear with me on that, but I remember how to do it, but we'll do it. I'll do both the regular ruler trim down and we will do trim down using my quilter in a day. But I also think I have a block lock around here somewhere. But I think Teresa uses a block lock. I think I'm not sure. I'll ask her. But if you have a block lock, you can also trim down using your block lock. Do you need a block lock or a quilter in a day? No. You can use. I am not telling you to go buy one of these. I just happen to have one because the powers that be, was a newbie and didn't know better not to buy one. But I really like this. This has been my go-to trimming of half square triangles before I open them. This is very accurate, so I love doing that. But anyway, we can trim down just using a regular ruler. We do not need a specialty ruler to trim your half square triangles. We can just use a standard ruler. So don't go out and buy a special ruler if you don't already have one. If you have one, then use it. If you don't worry about it. I don't want you spending money. I want you to use what you have in your house. There's no need for doing anything special for this. But you will see me use this quite a bit. Yeah, I know it's hard to see it. You will see me use this quite often. To trim out the half squares.
Hi, Katie.
No, you're the illustrator, Andrea. Wait a minute, am I dreaming? I thought it was you that did the other one for. Hey, Teresa, sorry. Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
I sound kind of weird. I know it's because I'm stopped up. Do you have a block lock on hand?
Yeah.
Can you show them how to use a block lock?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
I don't mind.
I have one, but I kind of don't know where it's at, and I really don't know how to use it as well as I know how to use this one. This one, I love using this one. This one's a little bit different.
Yeah, let me get set up. I just got home, or we just got home.
Okay, no problem.
So I'll let you know as soon as I get set up here.
Yep, that'll be great. Okay. Now, I gave you some other measurements that Katie says to make some 4.5-inch squares, some 4-inch squares, and you're going to need, yeah, mainly it's just 4.5. You're not going to need tons of them. You're just going to need a few. The thing that we're going to use the most of is these 1.5-inch squares, 1.5 by 2.5. And when you're cutting your fabric, so like I said, Katie says, make sure you put some directional in there if you got it in your scraps. Some contrastings. You can use leftover background. I mean, you can do whatever you want that makes you super happy. Are you going to tell us which shapes to sew in order? Okay, so the first 2 rows that we're going to do is going to be right here. We're going to start with row number 1. So you got your pen or pencil and paper. You're going to write this down. We're going to start out with these 2 rows right here. We'll be doing the hourglass a little bit later. Okay. You're going to need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're going to need 7 1.5 by 1.5. Okay. Any color, any contrast. Don't spend any time thinking. And on the first row, and you're going to need, if you haven't got any half square triangles, I'm going to tell you what you need to cut for to make the 1.5 inch squared, or the 1.5 inch half square triangle. You're going to need, and I have a cheat sheet for that. You're going to need to cut so we're going for a 1.5 inch unfinished because we're not sewed it together yet. Which will make it, when you sew everything together, they'll be 1 inch finished. Right, Teresa? I'm saying that right, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to look here at this list right here, and I'll share the link for this half square triangle cheat sheet. There is also a cheat sheet for the hourglass. I'll give you the links for both of those so that you can kind of use it as a reference. So what we're going to do is we're making 1.5 inch unfinished half square triangles. So you're going to need to cut 2.5 inch squares to make those half square triangles. So make you a pile of 2.5 inch squares and label those, use and mix them with colors and solids or background, whatever you want to do. Make sure you put that aside, separate that from everything else, and label that as using for half square triangles, okay? Don't mix them with anything else. Rita says, I took some thick cardboard and made a ruler, for example, 2.5, 3 inch. Then there is no guessing. Guessing for what? Okay. Does everybody got that written down? Cut some 2.5 inch squares. And I need to add that to my little thing up here because I forgot to do that.
Unless you already have a bunch of half square triangles.
Yeah, no, yeah, and I'm hoping they do because
I got tons of those.
Yeah, if you already have them, you don't need to cut any to. If you already have your own big stash of leftover half square triangles, you do not need to cut any 2.5 inch squares. If you don't have any, then yes, you need to cut some 2.5 inch squares. And you need to do multicolors along with, if you have scrap background, you can do that. Or if you want to just put 2 different colors together for the half square, you're more than welcome. I want you to do what makes you happy. Okay. Now on the hourglass, we're only going to, we'll get to the hourglass when it's time to get to the hourglass. I'll tell you how to make this. Also, the thing is we're not going to have like a bunch of these because they're just going to be randomly placed in, as we go along with it. So I will let you know when we're going to make that. Also, we're going to be doing quarter square triangles. Now, with the quarter square triangle, we're just going to be we'll be cutting squares. And then unless you already have a bunch of these laying around. Now, these are too small, but this size is big enough right here. You might have some pieces like this. Get those out. And then I'll show you where we're going to take, and we'll sew 2 different triangles together. Like this, you'll sew like 2 together. And I'll show you how to do that. Wait a minute. Let me give a different color here. We're going to work on, I'll show you how to do this and how to make the quarter square out of these pieces, and then you'll trim it. You'll be trimming it just like you would trim a half square triangle, because you're going to have 2. Let me show you what I'm talking. Oh my God, hang on. Let me move this out of the way. So with these leftover triangles, basically when you're making your these half triangles or quarter triangles, whatever you call them, you're still going to have what you might call a half square triangle when it's done like that. And then we'll trim it down to 1.5. Okay. So you're thinking, well, how's that going to trim down? It's going to be bigger to start with, and then we'll trim down anything relating to half triangles, half square triangles, quarter triangles, along with the hourglass. They will get trimmed down before you open them up. Or with the hourglass, definitely, because you're going to treat it. I'll show you how to treat it the same way. I'll show you what I mean by that. But for today, let's go ahead. I want you to, how many of you already have squares cut and rectangles cut? Let me know. Lurking makes me happy, so I can do that right while writing down directions, says Rita. Yep. So I'll repeat again. You need lots of 1-inch squares, lots of 1.5 by 2.5.
Wait. You need lots of 1.5-inch squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, not 1 inch.
Did I say 1 inch? Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
You need lots of
That's
1.5 because I've discovered that 1 inch is too. I discovered this when I was talking to Teresa. I did some, I'm like, wait, we can't go 1 inch because that would pull it down to 3/4 of an inch, right? Something
Right.
like that. It would have been too small and too challenging. We're
Okay, so
also
we
going to be
need,
making this
we
little,
need to, huh? Yeah,
we're also going to be making this little doodad. We're going to have some of
so
those.
can I just clarify what,
Yes.
right
Yes.
now you need us to cut a bunch of 1.5-inch squares if we
Yes.
don't have them already.
Yes.
Okay, and then you're going to need half square triangles. If they're already made, they need to be 1.5 inch.
Yep.
If you don't have them made already, then you're going to need to cut 2.5-inch squares.
Yep.
Okay, and then quarter. Are we cutting anything for the quarter?
Now with the quarter, if you don't have triangles like this, I need to figure out the math for this because I was just cutting from my scraps.
Okay, you said something about 4.5-inch squares.
Yeah, the
We need
four
to
and a
cut.
half. Yeah, the 4.5 inch squares can be used for the hour to this for the hourglass here.
Okay.
That's what the 4.5 inches for. Is for the hourglass, and we will be trimming down, so there will be a little bit of wastage of your scraps when we do that. But it was the only way I could do it without making it too difficult for my brain because it's easy for me to get confused with these angles. They always are. They're a little challenging for me.
Okay.
Robin says, I'm trying to find motivation for hand sewing my hexagon quilt. Aw, I hope you find it soon. And hi, Jan, it's good to see you. And hello, Annie, it's good to see you. And Annie says, I love watching this, gives me enjoyment, even though too tiny for me, still gives me positivity to sew my tumbling blocks. I know these are tiny, and if you can't sew tiny like this, you can always make bigger ones. You're just gonna have to change the math, basically.
Yeah, it's just as long as they're square at this point.
Yeah, as long as they're squared and your rectangles fit within the because when you sew two squares together, you're going to get this size here. So all you got to do is just make sure whatever you're using size wise will all fold in together. So what I want you to, Robin, all right, so we're everybody cutting their fabric, or do you already have it cut? Let me know in the channel.
Oh, I haven't even started.
Yeah, I'm not going to start until we got some cuts, or we might not do anything tonight but cut. Thank you, Katie. Did not think of that. Yeah, if you don't want to sew such a small piece, you can upsize it. So say this. So I told you to cut 1.5 squares. Cut 2.5-inch squares, and cut 2.5 by 3.5. No, wait, or 4.5. So if we're using 2.5,
3.5.
that would be 4.5. Yeah, so you would need 2.5 by 4.5. Yeah, let me write that down. So if you want to upsize, because you don't want to work with 1-inch squares, you can do, say, 2.5 squares. Cut those. Y'all don't, those of you who already started cutting 1.5, don't change this. I'm just letting those who don't want to do the smaller ones but might want to upsize it. You can upsize them to 2.5-inch squares. And you can also, for your rectangles, it would be 2.5 by 4.5. And then as far as the half square triangles, those will need to be 4.5. And the quarter squares will also have to be 4.5. Yeah. And then you would sew them the same way as what we're going to do here. The hourglass is the one where will be a bit different. Katie, could you put your sampler piece up close to the camera? Yes. And this is not the unfinished size of this. This is just, I've only, I probably could add a couple more rows and get a 6.5 probably. We'll see. And the way I have these set up, we are going to, they may, this is not going to necessarily stay in this order as we progress through this so long, because there'll be more stuff added to it. I didn't size Hexie's different, just finished project smaller. I can always go bigger. Yeah, you can always go bigger with this. Nina says, I sew mini quilts. I am ready to sew, but I can wait. Okay. I know I am not holding this. I am, wait a minute. Let me see if I can make it straight. No, that's not straight. Oh boy. There we go. That's about as good as it's going to get, Andrea. Okay, let me show you the big paper example one more time, because I want to show you something. I noticed in this paper that they use what might be called an accent color. You can see throughout here, they had purple in here. If you want to get creative with your scrappy quilt, you can also get creative and do that. They also use directional fabric here, or fabric. It's not fabric, this is paper. Let me put it up closer to the camera so you can see what I'm talking about. Look how they used stripes here. This is directional. And they used it going diagonal, vertical, horizontal. There's some in here horizontal. They have dots in here. I mean, you can get as creative with this as you want, and this works. Here's your hourglass right here. There's a small one. I decided not to do the hourglass small. I wanted to just like randomly stick a bigger size in the middle of all this small stuff just to be different. There is the quarter triangle, quarter square triangle. Wow, you can't hardly see the, yeah. So this is an example of what I'm talking about. And you'll, this does, Andrea has figured out where the repeat is in this paper. But let me spread it out where you can really see it. But far away, that's what it looks like. And so this is where I got my idea from, was this wrapping paper. And yes, these are Greenland flags you see in here. But I got to thinking about, you know, when we get to a certain size, maybe we can do some circle appliques and randomly stick them in here too. I don't know. I mean, y'all can do whatever you want to do with this. I mean, get creative if you want. I just want you to use your scraps, and we're going to sew all of this together and have a good time with it. And I want everybody to don't think too much. Don't stress over it. It's supposed to be fun. And it's going to help you use your scraps, because I know a lot of y'all have lots of scraps. And it's hot in this house.
Okay.
Did that make sense, Teresa?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
I stopped listening a few minutes ago because I was grabbing my scraps up. So.
And so the other thing I want to talk about here for a minute on these half square triangles, I'm going to show you how to, you cannot see this ruler. I need some way of showing this ruler. Oh, let me put it on my planner. Maybe that'll help. I'm going to show you how to use, no, that doesn't show up on there either. I wonder why they made this ruler where you can't see it on it. Can you see it on the white?
Yeah,
No.
I can see it.
Okay, let me try that. Okay, so this is how I trim down my half square triangles. And this is called Quilting Day. And like I said, please do not go out and buy one. If you don't have one, you don't need it. If you have one, use it. Teresa's going to show you how to use the block lock because she has a block lock. I have one around here somewhere and I kind of don't know how to use it. So it'll be fun for me to watch her how to use it. If you do not have either this or the block lock, again, you don't need to buy this. This is not one of these things where I say you got to go out and buy a ruler. No. If you don't have it, don't worry about it because we can trim these half square triangles down just using a regular ruler here. Okay. If you want to, but if you happen to have one of the two rulers, it'll just make things go faster. You won't have to spend as much time thinking. So I'm going to pull out a stitch or one of my half square triangles that I already have made, or I mean from my stitch and flips, and I'm going to show you how this works. So we're going to need 1.5. Our half square triangles are going to need to be 1.5 inch. And I need to turn this over because I can see this better on the other side. Now these are from some leftover stitch and flip. Okay, on this quilting a day, there's two sides to this ruler. This is a 6.5 inch. You have whole numbers on one side. You have whole numbers here, and you have the half numbers here. So what you do is you don't open your half square triangle up. You leave it like this. And you're going to take the ruler, and because we need a 1.5 inch, this line that says 1.5 inch, you are going to lay it right on the seam allowance and center it so that you can trim. Okay. And then what you're going to do once you get it on that 1/4 inch seam allowance, you're going to trim off this side and trim off this side, and you will have an exact 1.5 inch. Then when you open it up to press it, you'll trim the little ears off. And then I'm going to spotlight Teresa when she's ready, and she's going to show you how to use the block lock. Does everybody understand how to use this? Andrea says, I have a Stripology mini that I use for trimming half square. Now, if you already know how to trim your half square triangles down, do it however you're used to doing it. Sylvia says, I'm going to do a potato chip quilt. All right, and I'm gonna spotlight. You let me know when you're ready, Teresa.
Okay. Hey, Sylvia, I'm going to be doing the friendship potato chip quilt again. I think I'm going to probably be starting that this Sunday, but it's going to have, it's going to be red, white, and blue, and it's going to have sashing with a little additional stars. So if you want to join me for that, or, you can sew here and over there, whatever. But just so you know, I'll be starting one of those.
Cool.
Okay. So I think I'm going to flip my camera and point it down.
So they can see you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Y'all watch your eyes if you get dizzy from movement.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll do my best here. I don't know.
Andrea says, if you have been doing Alice's Wonderland, you already know how to trim half square triangles.
Right?
Yeah. Some of us know how.
All right. Can you see that?
Those beautiful scraps.
Oh, here's all my scraps.
Wow, you have as many as I do. And I still need to keep on cutting on mine.
And this is like a lot of half square triangles.
Yeah, I have a bucket full of them.
And then I have, well, these, I don't know if I'm going to use these because these are organized 5 inch, 3.5, or this might be 4.5. I don't know. Let me see.
It looks like 4.5.
Yeah.
Oh, it might be 3.5.
No, they're 3.5. So, and then these I think are 3 inch. Yeah, these are 3 inch. And then I think these are 2.5. Yeah. Yep. 2.5. Plus most of these are all 2.5 over here. And then I have a whole bunch of chips.
Yeah.
And then I just have like, these are like strips. Now these are what I was thinking I could cut down
Yeah.
to 1.5.
Yeah.
So, okay. And then I have, so these are all scraps left over from quilts that I've made. And I save them like this until I'm completely done with the quilt. Like it's quilted, it has binding and all that stuff. Just in case something happens and I messed up somewhere on the quilt, then I know I have the fabric still. And sometimes I like to make a pillowcase or something like that. So I keep them in baggies like this. But I think it might be time to use some of those up.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I have the, this is all backgrounds. So there's a mixture of different sizes, different colors of backgrounds. So I'll definitely be using that. All right. So, so you have a half square triangle. Now, the first thing when you press this, you're going to want to either press to the dark or light. I don't care which side you do, but you cannot press it open and use, well, you can, but it's not going to work very well. So don't press open and use the block lock. So you need to press to one side or the other. And this one is pressed on the dark side. Okay. And then these block locks, they have this indent line down the middle of the ruler. And just let me make sure I'm telling you the correct way before I say it. Okay. So the side that says block lock, if you pressed to the dark side, then the block lock part will be on the light side. So the block lock words will always be on the opposite side or of the seam. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so now when you square up a half square triangle, if you don't do all 4 sides, your measurements are going to be off.
Yep.
So say that I want to make this a 3-inch. I'm going to slide this down and cut it here and cut it here. So it says 3-inch. But you want to make sure that you still have points on both sides. So let me find a block that hasn't been squared up yet. Let's see. All right. See if I just finger press this, if I can. And let me get a cutter. Okay, here we go. So I pressed to one side. So right now my seam is on my right-hand side. So my block lock words are going to be on my left-hand side. And let's see, what can I get out of this? Now, if I was to just slide this up and then only cut along the top, it would not come out with a tip anymore. So you want to cut the top and the side. Otherwise, you won't have this where your fabrics come into a point. And that's where I think a lot of people mess up. They lose that point because they don't do both sides. You got to do both sides.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to trim this down to a 2.5. So I can tell by looking through my ruler here that the fabric that's underneath the ruler is not square. So I'm going to leave a little bit hanging over the 2.5-inch mark because I'm going to flip it around and do the other two sides. Okay, so I'll start here, do this side. Now, here's what's going to happen. If I decided right now that that's the size I wanted, look what happens. Because I didn't do the top, now you see how this is poking out from the top a little bit? Can you see that, Katie?
Yep. Yeah, you're right. I see that. Uh-huh.
That's what happens when you don't do both sides. Okay. All right, so let me get that back in there. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. Oh, can't cut on that paper. That would not work very good. Okay, so I'm going to do both sides. So bring that back down. All right, so now I've cut my two sides. Now I'm going to slide this ruler towards me here. I can turn my mat. So pull it towards me. And now the fabric that's under the ruler, I'm going to line that up on the 2.5-inch mark. And again, I'm going to cut the right side. And I need to cut the top too, because remember, I have to do both sides.
I'm gonna have to find my ruler and you and me walk through my using that because I do have a block lock.
Okay, so there, now I have a nice 2.5-inch half square triangle, all squared up. Okay, now if you don't have the block lock, you want me to show them this, Katie?
Yeah, you can show them on a regular ruler too.
Okay. All right, let me get another half square triangle.
Because
So
if you
you
want to do it, I was going to have to. I'll let you do it.
okay, so and just press it to one side. It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care what.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter when you use a regular ruler.
Yeah.
And you can even press it open. Okay, so there's my, again, I'm going to do this down to 2.5 inches. So here's a creative grid, and I have a 45. And that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to line this half square triangle up right on that center line right there. Okay, so you line that up. Make sure it's right down the center. And again, I want this to be 2.5, so I'm gonna. And I want to do all 4 sides. So it's kind of the same as with the block lock. I leave a little bit under the ruler. So this is actually like 2 3/4 or thereabouts. And I'm going to do the right side. And turn my mat. And then I do the top. Okay, now I got that. Now I'm going to turn this. So now my nice clean edges are going to be under the ruler. And now I will line it up, what's under the ruler here, to 2.5. And you got to cut the right-hand side and the top. Again, if I just did that one cut right there, that's going to happen here too. I'm going to have this extra fabric on top. See, it doesn't come to a point right there. It needs to come to a point. All right, so.
But you didn't trim the top, right?
Yeah, because I didn't trim the top. So I'll go ahead. I need my cutting mat. You can't trim on cardboard.
No,
Well,
not
you
hardly.
could. You
Not without
could,
an
but
accident anyway.
right? You could, but it's not going to work out very well for
No.
you. Okay, so cut that top off. So there you go. Now, I will say that it does help if you use a ruler that doesn't have any, doesn't slide on you. That's what I like about the Creative Grids, is they have these little
They're like little
non-slip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the block lock does not have that, and if you're not careful, it will slip on you.
Yep. And I have the same problem with my quilter in a day trimmer. So I got those little plastic, what are they called?
Yeah, you can buy those.
And stick them on the back. Yeah.
Put them on the back. Yep. And there's a spray you can spray on the whole ruler if you want to. So that's how I do half square triangles. Now I love my block lock. I use this, 90% of the time, but there are situations where I have to use a regular ruler. Because this block lock only goes to 4.5 inches.
Yep.
And I don't have the bigger one of these days, maybe, but so sometimes I, have to use a bigger ruler.
Yep. I don't always use my quilt in a day, unless I'm doing like a zillion half square triangles. Then I tend to swing to it over a regular ruler to just hurry up and get it done. You know what I mean? And then press them all open. If they're already pressed open because they're left over, because I have some like that, then I'll use the ruler to do that. Thank you for showing.
Okay. Are there any questions out there before
Yep. Y'all have a question for her on what she showed you? Let us know in the chat. Wait for the delay here. It snowed yesterday, and part of it, I think it stopped snowing sometime after dark last night.
Really?
I walked out the door this morning to go, right around 11. I went to the store because I hadn't been to bed yet. Couldn't go to sleep. Anyway, I went to the store and it was warm out. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm either. It was like stuck in between, so I had to wear a jacket. All the snow is melting because it's above freezing now. So the weather can't make up its mind. Because right now we're at 35 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ooh.
Teresa, thank you for showing us, says Annie. And then SK Dammit says, great demo, Teresa. No one has any questions. And Rita made a comment. You can put tape on the back of the ruler too. I heard somebody mention using the clear medical tape.
Yeah, I've tried that. I tried putting some stuff on the back of the block lock, but then it raised it up a little bit too much, and then it wouldn't seat, the lock part of this ruler wouldn't seat down like it was supposed to. So I took them back off, but I am thinking about doing that. There's a spray, I guess, that you can. So I'm thinking about trying that, but I hate to do too much to it and then ruin it, you know,
Yeah. See, I'd be leery about spraying stuff on it.
because
Um,
these are not cheap, you know.
well, they're not. They definitely aren't.
No.
Hiken, I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it Haken or Hiken? Let me know. I'm still he or she says still here and done with the premiere. Okay, thank you for hanging out with us. All right, I'm gonna take you off premiere now. Okay,
Robin says it sounds like spring.
yeah, it might. We'll see. It's like old man Winters trying to clean. How many of you guys that are in my Greenland Quilter Facebook group saw the pictures Nikolai posted yesterday? He got, if you haven't looked at all the pictures he posted, you need to, because one of those pictures has a seal having a good time laying on top of the ice. He caught wildlife in action yesterday, and I'm going to sneeze it. It's not every day, because usually the seal sees humans, they run. Skateboard tape? Wow, that's interesting. Robin says she has 1-inch pieces of medical tape on her rulers. All right. How many? I need feedback, and I'm going to give you a chance to listen, and I need you to answer me. How many is going to be doing this with me? I need a count, because the next question I'm going to ask is going to depend on that. How many of you are cutting fabric for this sew along? Say yes, you are. Let me know in the chat, because I want to kind of get an idea where we are on this. How are you, Katie, and everyone in the chat? I'm doing all right, Hiken. How about you? Has the answer gone out? No, not yet. We're not at the 2-hour. Yeah, we're not at the 2-hour mark yet. I definitely will check those pictures, Katie. We had a busy day ending with helping a 97-year-old. He was a sweetheart, says Annie. Aw. And okay, so we got Andrea. I'm gonna mark off how many. The reason I'm asking is because if you're doing it, the second question, well, I'm waiting on the answer for the first one. I have to be patient. We have a time here.
Be patient there, girl.
Yep. How many of you are participating?
You can put me down.
Yeah, so that's 1, 2, 3. Linda says she is, because I just marked her down. I need you to answer how many are sewing this, going to do this with me.
So you have 47 people watching right now.
Yeah, and y'all hit that thumbs up button. I usually don't even bother to ask, but hit that thumbs up button. 47, that's pretty good. For me, anyway. You
for
talking about the
Thursday.
Katie? Huh? No, I'm talking about the one we're doing now, not Katie's Creative Chaos. Or are you calling this chaos too? We don't have a name for this.
Katie
we don't have a name for this yet. There's no name for this one. I'm gonna wait a month until we're about a month and a half in, and then start talking about. Everybody tell me what you want to call it.
Well, we could call it Katie Says for right now.
Yeah, we can call it Katie Says. That's right.
And it is kind of like a crumb quilt.
Yeah, because we're also going to be working on crumbs, just not tonight. Right. The crumbs will come into play later.
Well, I think anything that's 1.5 is a crumb.
So you have your, okay, gotcha. Because I always thought it was something where you couldn't do much with it, just maybe, like I have some 3/4 inch strips. And so by the time you sew a 1/4 inch on one side and on the other side, you only have like that little quarter stick left of it, like a little sliver.
Yeah.
Let me see. Sylvia. Hi, Sylvia. I'm in and out as I'm caring for my mom. And he says, I'm here. I'll try to do it. Okay. Hey, Happy. It's good to see you. The reason I'm asking is because if you're doing it, my next question is how many of you are cutting your fabric now? Yeah. Katie Says is what you said, Katie. Yeah. We'll call it Katie Says for now. Yep. We might leave it as Katie Says. Hi, Lori. She says scrap paper quilt. Hey, Bonnie. She says I'll give it a go. Okay, if you're already cutting your fabric, how many of you have started cutting? The reason I'm asking is because we might, if you want to, we can sew row one, or yeah, we can try sewing row one. Well, it's not going to be row one before it's over with. It's going to be lots of rows. I have some 3/4 inch half square triangles. Okay, good. Katie, I have to go back now and get the measurements that you were using. I missed how many half square triangles. There is not, I do not have a set number of half square triangles. You just need some. And I know that's loosely some. That means some. That's what you're going to get. I don't know. The one that the pieces that we're going to use the most of will be the squares and the rectangles. The half square triangles will be randomly placed in here. The quarter squares will also be randomly placed in here along with the hourglass. We also have a block here that's 2 rectangles sewed together. Those will also be randomly placed in here. Nina's already got hers cut. So we have 1 cut already. Andrea's already got hers cut. I know Teresa's working on that now. How big are the half square triangles? They need to be 1.5 inch squared. She says, so I have some to mean 3. Does that work? Yes, it will get you started, Rita. Definitely. Because right now, I think I used the half square triangle. So far in my example, I used 2. But we're going to use more, but they're not going to be like 100 billion half square triangles. That's not what's going to happen here. You're going to be probably more tired of squares and rectangles than anything, because they're going to be different ways we're going to do this. The other thing I wanted to request of those who are sewing, can you make a picture of your cut pile of scraps and post them on my community tab, or email them to me and let me share my email address. If you don't know, I think everybody's pretty much figured out how to use the community tab, but if you still don't understand how to use the community tab for YouTube, just send me an email and I will post your pictures for you. Yes, 1.5 inch unfinished. Correct. Sorry, I should have stated that, because when there'll be 1 inch finished. Hi, So Magic. How are you? And she's saying hi to you, Teresa.
Hello, hello.
In the meantime, I was going to look for some bigger half triangles so we can make this, so I can show you how to do this hourglass block at some point. The hourglass and the quarter square. So I think I'm just going to start with these 2 for this quarter square. Do I know what size these are? No. But I bet I could take that half. I bet I could take my Quilter Select and figure that out. Where's my Quilter Select? Pretend like there's a 1/4 inch seam allowance in here, you know what I mean? Oh. So this is a 2.5 inch half triangle. Cool. And let me see what these other, so these 2 small ones are 2.5. This one's probably a 3.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I
Teresa.
want to throw out there, and I could be wrong,
3 inch.
but so Katie, just correct me if I'm wrong. Now, there might be somebody out here that is really new at quilting and they're not comfortable with making half square triangles. I would say give it a
Oh,
try when we get to that point.
yeah,
Give it a
when we get to
try.
it. Yeah.
But if you still don't like it, then just don't use half square triangles.
Yeah. If you're a total beginner and you're not comfortable with any of these little more advanced blocks, you do not have to do it. I just want you to sew your scraps, and you can trade. You can put, yeah, you can trade those out. Yeah, you're not required to have them. I'm just adding them to give a little, I don't know what you want to call it, to be different.
She is giving you, the suggestions to use your scraps, and she kind of has a pattern that she's looking at going by, but it's very loose,
Yes,
because the whole idea is to use your scraps if you have them.
yes, yes, and to have fun doing it.
Right.
Rita says, I have a little box full of 1.5 inch half squares. I was going to make postage stamps, quilts, decided that it was a ton of work. So they're just in a box waiting. Well, you know what? You can intermix some of those in there. Hey, Mona, it's good to see you.
Hi, sweetheart. I'm sorry I'm late. I had to
No,
take care of
it's
some stuff.
okay. I figured something came up.
Yeah, I gotta mark it and I gotta take care of the car and get the tire done, and they take a long time doing
Yeah,
stuff
I
like that.
understand. Now I wasn't worried. I figured if you would either A, you wouldn't show up at all, or B, you would be here when you got here. And
I'm
same
here when
with
I'm
Rita.
here. Thank you so much. Thank
Yeah,
you for your
yeah.
patience.
Katie doesn't
Hi,
stress about
Teresa.
I
Hi,
got her. I
Mona.
don't stress when someone shows up because they usually show up later.
I'm so sorry. In order for me to be here right now, I had to do a whole bunch of stuff that is done with.
Yeah. Well, thank you. But
Thank
it's all
you.
good. It's all good.
Thank you.
SK Dam says, looks like great fun, Katie, but I am deep into my stars quilt and I've got a one track mind. Hey, it's okay. Lynn says, I just pinned back on my first border. And Rita says, also need 1.5 inch squares. Yes. You're going to need a boatload of these 1.5 inch squares. And you mix them. Don't make all one color, okay? You're supposed to be using your scraps. Now, I know there's a couple people in here that don't have any scraps. I think Rita said she was running low on hers. Andrea, where are you at on your scrap pile? Do you have enough? She says, I have a half square triangle and a quarter square triangle tutorials for beginners on my channel. Yes, she does. And Andrea, let me see. Hang on a minute. Let me share her channel. I need to share a few channels at the moment. Let's see, Mama J. There's Andrea's. And then we got Teresa. There's her channel. And did I put you? I think, yeah. And then we got Miss Little Rip It over here. I love teasing you.
And I just love it.
And those of you who are channel creators that I don't have in my bot, all you have to do is type exclamation selfie and it will share your channel. Lynn says, I don't have scraps either, sadly. Aw, so that kind of takes you out of the running, Lynn. I'm sorry. And then Andrea says, I am getting ready to post just a fraction of my scraps on your community day. Yes, please take a picture of your scraps because I want everybody to see what you're going to be sewing with. Post them on my community tab. You can also post them in my Greenland Quilter Facebook group. And if you don't want to post on either one and you want me to do the posting, you can email me and I will make sure they get posted. Annie just shared her channel. So Magic shared her channel. All right. And I need to see if I am subscribed to So Magics. I know I am to Annie's.
I had to I'm gonna have to check that too.
Yeah, because I'm
I
not
think
sure.
I am.
I can't remember if I am or not. Maybe I need to go look. No. Oh, I'm a naughty girl. Now I'm subscribing. I was not
I
subscribed
think
to her. And
I
I need
think I
to,
am, but I'm gonna just double check too.
yeah, y'all, if you have, yeah, check because sometimes we forget. No,
And
sometimes
sometimes
we
I need to go back to subscriptions and hit the bell or like change
yeah,
it because
yep,
automatically it won't let you, or it doesn't do it automatically.
yep. Let's see. I have all hers turned on and I just subscribed to So Magic. I thought I was subscribed to her, but that's
Everybody
strange.
just must think I'm boring. I have nothing. I need to I need to get my crap together.
It'll be all right. You'll figure it out, sweetie. When you do, you're gonna be blitzing us. Katie, thank you for allowing us to share our channel. Always, y'all are more than welcome to share it. If you forget the command, just write it down on a piece of paper and stick it to whatever you watch with. And it's just exclamation selfie. You're more than welcome to do that. Rita says, I had to go check. Yes, I'm subscribed to Annette. Oh, so that's, I thought that was Annette, but I wasn't sure. All right, back to this thing. So this bigger triangle is 3 inches.
We had a pastor several years ago, but anyways, my point of saying this is that she would always say, know your church people. So I feel like I just got, know your sewing people.
That's right. That is absolutely correct.
I've got her in my head right now. Know your church people, know your sew people. She was teaching me a lesson.
Okay, how many on Sherry sharing her channel? Oh yeah, I forgot to. Now you're gonna see my bot sharing a couple of channels randomly, which one of them is Rita's. And who else do I have that the bot's sharing right now? A couple other people. Look at all these channels. Do you know that the bot shows us how many people share their links? Rita says, I had to sub to, I thought I was already there. I love that cute puppy, Annie, she says. And Anna's thanking everybody. And then Annie says, love our church people and love our sewing people, XX. And I'm going to look and see how many people voted so far on this last question. This is the last question on this segment of a trivia challenge.
Oh, it's a good one.
35 votes so far. I figured this one was going to tease people, especially with the. So the question is what oceans does Greenland touch? Is it A, Arctic and Northern Sea, or is it B, Arctic and the Atlantic? Is it C, the Pacific and the Arctic, or is it D, the Pacific and the Northern Sea? That's the question, the last question of this challenge. This go around anyway. We're going to do another challenge later in the year. Probably when I get back and settle. Rita, thank you. She is a sweetheart. Talking about the pup. All right, I need to. Can everybody see this? Oh, now that Mona's here, I can actually spotlight myself now. It's weird, but when it's just 2 of us, it won't let me. Well, Teresa's in here too now. When it's just me, this is so weird with Zoom.
Hi, Teresa.
When it's just myself, I can't spotlight my other camera. It'll show me this, what I'm pointing at. It'll show me, but it won't show the other camera. If I spotlight the other camera, it will not show up. It'll just keep it on my face. I don't understand what the deal is with that. Anyway, I'm going to spotlight myself because we're going to talk about this quarter square thing. Everybody. All right. One question in the chat before I talk about this quarter square. How many of you know how to make half square triangle? I want to make sure everybody knows how to make one. If you don't already have some made that you're just going to trim down. How many in the chat know how to make a half square triangle? Or maybe, no, wait. Maybe I should say how many do not know how to make a half square triangle? Say yes, you do. No, you don't. And Andrea says she's posted her scraps on the community tab. Yay! Rita, you're not helping. Yes, you know how. No, you don't. I need to see if I need to visit the half square triangle thing. Yes, 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 yes. So I want to make sure I don't leave anybody out. Maybe you should show how to make it. Yeah, that we could do that. We could do this 2-way. Yeah, we need to show how to make a half square. Yeah, and I already know what size to make the squares because I told you guys. And I also want to. Yes, I know how, says Lynn. And I also need to share a link too concerning this cheat sheet thing. which is from Fat Quarter Shop. All right, I have a cheat sheet that tells me what size squares to cut based on what size half square triangles we're going to need as unfinished and finished.
Ooh la la, should I write this down?
Yeah, I'm fixing to share the link. I got to go look it up first because
Okay,
I don't know it off the top of my head.
got it.
Let's see here. Half square triangle cheat sheet. That's what I love about Fat Quarter Shop. They have so much stuff you can go and borrow.
Cheat sheets.
Yeah, they have several cheat sheets. They have a half square triangle cheat sheet, an hourglass cheat sheet, a square and square cheat sheet, and flying geese cheat sheet.
I'm assuming those are all the usual suspects.
Yeah, they are the usual suspects, and they're always free. All right, I am going to first off share a half square. Ooh, I can't type. This is for the half square triangle cheat sheet. I recommend you download that. And then I'm going to also share the hourglass one since we're having hourglasses in this. And basically, the reason I'm sharing them is it tells you what size square to cut based on what your unfinished and your finished size is going to be. So, and it's always great to have something where you can just look at it, not try to guess, especially when you're doing what I'm doing, making a scrappy so long. It helps a little bit. Okay. This next cheat sheet is for hourglasses. Where did my live screen? Oh, there you are. All right. So this is the hourglass cheat sheet. And then I don't know if she has a quarter square cheat sheet. I doubt it, but I'll go look because I don't remember seeing one. Quarter square. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I doubt it. Let's see. Half 5 and 1 half triangle cheat sheet, square to square, hourglass, triangles on a roll, cheat sheet on point. Oh, she even Teresa, did you know that she has a cheat sheet for a cheater on point block method cheat sheet?
Yeah, somebody told me that the other day.
Yeah, she's got one sitting up here. I didn't even know that was there. She also has an on point setting cheat sheet as well, which I think is cool. Then she has a 3-in-1 flying geese cheat sheet and then a regular flying geese cheat sheet. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no hourglass cheat sheet on here. Not hourglass, I'm sorry. Quarter square. My bad. All right. So anyway, download those two because they'll come in handy for future references. Is it an hourglass a quarter square? No. Let me show you what an hourglass is and what a quarter square is. A quarter square is where you take one side of your half triangle. You're going to have one half. Let me spotlight. Sorry. You can't see what I'm talking about because I was about to make this one anyway. So you can see how to do it. On a quarter square, you're going to have one side of it's just going to be one whole triangle. The other side is going to be 2 half triangles. I mean, this is a half triangle too, of course, but you're going to have 2 smaller half triangles that you're going to sew into a seam, and then you're going to join these together to make a quarter triangle. I have that right, Teresa? Because that other one we've been, yeah, because the one we've been doing, you're getting ads on my live. You shouldn't be getting any ads on my live. Better not be because I'm almost sure I turned that crap off. Hold on. Please tell me I'm not. No. Uh-oh. I just did a boo-boo. hang on a minute, y'all. I'm almost sure I turned that stuff off. There should be no ads.
If no one's ever thanked you for that, thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
It really does suck when you miss like what someone says. Like earlier, I don't know, I said hi and then I got an ad and I came back and I like missed something. I was like, well, son of a bitch. But anyhow,
Oh, you didn't hear me say hi to you?
actually, I think it was your live. No, I didn't
No,
actually.
I mean today, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah.
it was. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I said hello to you after you said hi.
Yeah, well, no,
Yeah.
I got an ad and then
Oh,
it was so long and it muted you that I missed what you said something that y'all were somewhere else and I was like, okay.
oh,
Anyways, it was
I notice sometimes, like when you refresh the screen, you might get an ad, which I think is weird, especially when I turn these off. When I turn mine off, it'll still show at least one ad. You shouldn't be getting any ads during the live itself unless you're refreshing the screen. Because the only time I see it the only time I see an ad actually show up is if you refresh the screen. Because I've seen that happen, but it shouldn't be doing it at all. What size are the hourglass and the okay, with the hourglass in the example here, they should be 3-inch squared, but with the quarter square, it's going to be 1.5 inches. With the hourglass, I made it bigger because we're going to like randomly stick a big one in between all this stuff. I get pop-ups that don't interrupt the conversation, says Bonnie. As long as it's not interrupting, that's what I care about. Because I find it annoying when I'm trying to listen to something. I don't remember whose live I was in the other day, but every freaking 10 minutes I was getting an ad. And I'm like, oh, and then when I come back, I missed completely what was being said.
that's all
Like,
I'm
dang
saying.
it, man. I don't mind the ads, but I mind
Yeah,
missing out on what's being
I'm one of
said.
those that when you go to the movies, I like to sit there and watch the movie, not go to the bathroom or anything.
All right, back to what we were supposed to be talking about. Okay, so on a quarter square, you have one that you're not going to split in half, and you have two split in half. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these two, and I'm going to sew them together. We'll do that first because I'm going to show you how to do this in case you don't know how, and I'll also show you how to do a half square triangle. And what I would suggest is most everybody probably has these half cut half triangles in their stash. If they don't, then I will give you I need to figure out what the estimate size block needs or the pieces need to be because this one's 3-inch, this is 2.5-inch right here, which means I cut this probably from a 5-inch square quarter, maybe. I quartered a 5-inch square, maybe. Probably. Does that make sense, Teresa?
yeah.
If they're 2.5-inch half triangles, that would have been cut from a 5-inch square, I would think. Because you're cutting it 4 ways. When you make 4 half triangles from a square. Yeah, I think that might be right. That might be wrong. My mathematics and triangles don't get along. Because I'm still trying to figure all that out. Okay, so I'm just going to sew these two together, and then I'm leaving this on the screen because I'm going to show you what we're going to do. All right. Now I've already sewn the 2 halves together. And I tend to press my seams open, so I'll do that after I cut the ear off. So you're going to need to cut the ear off. Now, because we're going to be trimming this down, don't worry about if it looks a little wonky because the wonky will be gone. But if you are trimming it from the correct size, then yeah, pay attention to that. And try not to be pulling on this right here is a bias. Don't be pulling on that because you will end up with wonky. This is a bias here also. Now what I'm going to do is I have it sewn together. Then I'm going to turn this. Now look at here. This is now this one that was bigger is smaller, which is funny. Anyway, you want to line these up because we are going to trim this down. So don't worry if you see this on the edge because you're using scraps of your half triangles. And I will, by the next time we get together, I'll have a standard size that you can use. I got to get with someone who can do the math with me because I don't know. I'm using scraps and that's part of the problem.
I'm jelly. I want that little ruler.
Which ruler?
The little triangle. It's cute.
Oh, okay. I need a leader here. All right. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to sew this one to this one. And then I'll trim it down. Because we need 1.5 inch finished. I mean unfinished, sorry. All right. Trim off my leader. Okay, then you're just going to open this up. And as you can see, we now have a quarter square triangle, okay? Now, you can see that it's all wonky. Well, it's because I use scraps. So what I want to do is I'm going to leave it like this. And I need to move this stuff, well, or get me a cutting board one. Don't know if I have another cutting board laying around here. Actually, I do. Let's use this. Y'all, this here rotating mat, I don't like it very much. It's too slick. Okay, so Teresa showed you how to use a block clock. She also showed you how to use the ruler. I'm going to show you how to use this quilt in a day ruler. So I am going to be cutting this down. And yes, you're going to have a bit, look how far I'm going to trim that down. Like, wow. So I'm going to set, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this over. I put my 1.5 inch on the sew line. And I'm just going to trim this because I can still use this for something else. Uh-oh. Let me turn this around. Okay, now I've trimmed it. And see, I have this piece left that I can use later. All right. Now then we have this little 1.5 inch block. Uh-oh, something happened. I know. Oh my gosh. Katie foobarred this one. Back to the drawing board.
I was going to say, that's like a miniature one.
Yeah, but you know what? I think I can solve this problem with one already made here. Let me see what size this is. Because it's a scrap anyway. So what happens? I messed that up. That was bad.
That's good. That's good.
I can't believe I did that. But I did without thinking about it.
It happens.
Ooh, stuff happens. I'm going to foobar something. If I don't foobar anymore of it.
And we're done. got that over and done with.
I'm going to look in my bucket of tricks and get me some. Let me see here. Oh, look at all. I want you to look at this pile of half triangles I have right here. You see that? I have lots of them. You know I had those in there. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to lead you down the wrong path here. I'm looking for a half triangle. at these. Oh, those are so cute. See these? I think those might be 1 inch. In fact, I have a bunch of these. Look here. There's a whole bunch of them.
We represent the lollipop. Yeah.
I'm getting distracted.
Thanks, Teresa. Thank you.
What was going on?
That was funny, Mona.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here every Wednesday.
You mean Thursday?
Or Thursday. I'm here every Thursday night. Thank you. Thank you.
Thursday, Monday. Oh, you know what? We are going to solve this little problem.
I like it when people make me laugh.
For sure, right?
Right?
Oh my goodness, I've seen some lives that are duller than a butter knife. I'm telling you.
Oh, you mean like the ones I've been doing lately?
No,
Yours
no,
are
not
not
at
dull.
all.
Yours are
No,
not dull. Where do you
not
think
at
that?
all. Heck no. Don't even go there. Not
Yeah, I
even.
was about to say, who told you they were dull?
Not even.
Well, if you like to just sit there and watch me put little pieces of fabric on that horse, and I guess it's okay, but
There's
That
one
horse is
person I've
amazing.
tried to watch that gives me like high anxiety because they're always in a rush and stuff. So it seems. And I'm like, I
oh,
feel like I'm in a rush. And I'm not even there.
yeah, that is one thing that people have said about my videos is that they're calming, you know.
Yes,
I
I
don't
yes,
rush.
find your videos calming because you talk with a
absolutely.
calming voice. That's what I like about
Absolutely.
your
Yeah.
video.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's another thing too. Yeah, Katie, there's some people who have like an annoying voice. Oh,
Oh,
I'm glad you
Yeah.
mentioned that.
Yeah. Now about the voice, because someone has said that they think I sound like I whine all the time.
Oh, well, I don't hear that.
Yeah, they've posted it on videos. Your voice sounds like you're always whining. And I'm like, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Wow.
I'm like, you must
You've
not have
got
nothing better to do than to complain about my voice.
you've got a miserable life there, person, whoever said that.
Yeah, they said it. They really did.
Oh, we pray for you.
if they think your voice is whiny, I'll be happy to show them some videos that of
To be
people who
honest,
really
that's
do.
probably what I'm
Yeah,
most
you and
scared
me
of.
both. Since I foobarred the first one by cutting it wrong, I'm just making another one and I've just skipped. I didn't bother to show you how to do that. But yeah, there is another way of doing these, by the way, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
It's just not this way.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that because I pulled out a bigger one so I could show you about that.
What I have found interesting is that we all hear tones differently.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I learned this listening to audiobooks because some people will say, "Oh, this person is a fabulous narrator of these audiobooks, and I just love everything they do," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, how can you stand that voice that so high pitched I cannot listen
Yeah.
to it, you know?
Yeah. My French teacher was so nasally. He always talked like this. Uh, anyways, so my husband and I, we always talk like this to get each other's nerves. We talk nasally. So. Mm.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's try this again. We're going to take my quilter in a day, and there's the seam allowance right here. And what I went wrong is I was trying to save fabric, and yeah, that's why I foobarred it. I'm going to line this center line up with the center of this half triangle, okay? And also line it up with the seam line here. This is the only time you have to do both is if you're already using a half triangle as part of this scenario. If it was just a regular half square triangle, you don't have to do that, if that makes it. Then take it and where's my, oh, there you are. My rotary cutter, and you're going to trim it. Okay. Now we're going to have itty bitty, looky here, 1.5 inch little, and I'll prove that it's actually 1.5 inch. Let me get the little ears off first. I'm gonna do that first before, because I'm gonna press my seam open, because that's how I do it. Remember, when how you do your seams, that's you do you. I'm not asking you to now I will say, because there's such tiny pieces involved in this, trimming open might, or pressing open might be a good idea. But
Yeah.
you do not have to. If you're more comfortable with nesting seams, do nesting seams. Do you. Do what works best for you. All right, looky here. We have a 1 inch quarter triangle square. There
But
you
we
go.
need a 1.5 inch.
I mean 1.5. Do I keep seeing 1 inch? No,
Yeah.
sorry. 1.5 inch. And I wanted to show you something. This is something I like to do randomly. These are all 1 inch finished half square triangles. Now, did I make each one of these? These are all leftover stitch and flips. And all I did was stick a border on it. Now I might take the border off and incorporate it in that. You never know with me. And these are a little bit bigger. But this is what you can do when I find this to be the reason I have these is sometimes my mojo is like asleep. We all suffer from it from time to time, where we just can't get our crap together and sew. We don't want to sew, or we're just not feeling it. And, you know, after a few days, you realize if you don't start sewing soon, you're going to get behind on whatever you were working on, or your current project will end up a WIP or a UFO, and you don't want that to happen either. So sometimes just sitting down and randomly sewing something without thinking about it is the way to go. And so a lot of times, because I have these like this, it's because I was having trouble and I didn't want to sew. And I sat down, I said, let's just sew some of these because I have a bucket here full of triangles and stuff. This is a big old bucket. It looks small in the camera, but it actually is a pretty good size. I even have like, I have some like pinwheels in here. They're just small pinwheels. The pinwheels might come in handy.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, ooh, let's add that in there. But anyway, you can just randomly sew these, and you'll sew two together, and then you're like, okay, let's sew another one, and then you'll sew another one, and before you know it, you're sewing something multiple times, you know, that you already had. It's a scrap, because basically these are just leftover pieces from whatever you were doing.
Yeah. Here's an example of one of mine.
I love it.
Yeah, see? And those are like orphan blocks you can add on the back of a quilt, or you can make it a whole orphan block quilt, which I'm getting close. I think I have enough almost now to make a big orphan block. Look what she did. Ooh, pinwheels. Yummy.
So these were all left over from doing sewing flips.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually turned out 3/4 inch finished. So.
That is so pretty.
And
But there you have it.
I have a whole quilt that I have made using these leftovers. So don't throw your scraps away.
And if you were definitely absolutely refused to sew leftovers, instead of throwing them away, send them to someone who doesn't have them, that likes sewing scrappy stuff. Because there's always someone on here that could use them.
Yeah, there's always somebody.
Yeah, somebody doesn't have, someone's on a limited income and would appreciate you giving them your leftovers. And they don't consider it to be leftovers. They consider it a gift. All right. Okay, now I showed you how to make that quarter square. All right. Okay. Some of you have already cut. Please, does everybody have the instructions I gave you The only thing I got to do is show you how to do the half square triangle. So because we're going to use 1.5 inch unfinished half square triangles in this, you're going to need to have, you'll need 2 squares to make your half square triangle, and they need to be cut at 1 7/8. Or if I were you, I would just cut it at 2 inches and be done with it, and you could trim down. So you'll need, I would just say, I'm just going to tell you, you'll need some 2-inch squares to make half square triangles if you don't have leftovers from something you've made. So I'm going to show you how to do that. Okay. So I'm going to get me a couple pieces of scrap here. Let's get a purple one, and I'll get this pink one because these look big enough. And let me move some of this stuff out of the way. I have too much stuff on my desk. Well, I don't have a big enough desk. That's the problem. All right. I'm going to get my ruler. What we're going to do is we're going to cut 2 2-inch squares to make a half square triangle, and then I'll show you how to trim it down, okay? All right, so let's do we're going to do 2-inch. Or I said 2.5, didn't I? No, 2-inch. I'm overthinking here for a minute. All right, we'll set this piece aside and then cut it again. All right, and I'm only making 1 half square triangle, so this is why we're only using 2-inch. Now, if you were making multiple, the size of the block would be different, okay? But we're only going to do an individual one here. Because you can make, you have the ability to make 2 at a time, 4 at a time. We want 2-inch. Cut it again. Uh-oh. I think I feel like I just put this blade in here last week, and it's already probably too much paper piecing. Okay, now I have two 2-inch squares. Now what I'm going to do is on the back side of this one, now this is cotton, this is batik. But so that's why I flipped this over, because this is cotton. And I'm going to draw a line right down the middle. Wait. Yeah, I have to think for a minute. Okay, we'll draw a line right down the middle because we're only making 1 half square triangle. And then you're going to take this, the face of this, and put it face down on the batik. Or if you were using your own, if both is cotton, you're going to do them face to face. And then you're going to sew a line right down the middle, okay? And I need to switch feet.
So 2-inch, sew down the middle.
Yep, 2-inch sew down the middle. Yep. We're only making 1. You're going to have a piece over here, which will be what some of us, you'll have that left over here. And if it's big enough, save it, because you can sew it and turn it into an even smaller half square triangle. But that's up to you. Or you can put it in your scrap pile like it is. Okay, I need to lower my stitch right here.
I think that one's going to be pretty small.
Yeah, it's going to be itty bitty. It would probably come in handy in the improv. Okay, after you've sewn the seam down the middle, and what you're going to do is you're going to take your ruler here, and you're going to line the 1/4-inch seam on this ruler. There's a 1/4-inch seam. It shows you right here. You're going to lay that right on top of your 1/4-inch seam that you just sewed, or you sewed a seam down the middle. Then you're going to take your cutter and you're going to cut one side off. And see, it leaves a little small piece. Now, don't throw this out because this is still big enough to do crumbs, which will be improv. So just throw them in your little pile. Okay, now then, we're going to open this up. Well, first we're going to see what size this is. So let me get my little quilting a day. And I want this to be a 1.5 inch. And I'm going to trim it down. Now, see, there's no, you see how I have no, you can do this where if you want to save a piece of this, well, even if you try to do this, there's not enough here to sew with. So anyway, trim this down to 1.5. Okay, now we're going to open it up. And I'm going to finger press it so I can get my ear off. I'm going to cut the ear off first. What time is it? Someone tell me what time it is.
10 minutes to 4.
So it's 10 till 6 Eastern? No.
Yeah. 7.
Oh, so I'm past due for telling the answer to the question. Let's see, 7:38. Okay, let me tell the answer in a minute. Let me finish this first. So I finger pressed it. Now I'm just going to take this and I'm going to open this. I'm going to press my seam open. And to verify that this is 1.5 after you've trimmed it, make sure you didn't do an epic fail here. Check it with your ruler. 1.5, 1.5. So this is 1.5. I'm going to set this aside because I'm going to show you how to sew this in. All right, let's answer the question. Everybody got their, whatever they've been writing the answers to written down or out? Let's talk about this question. Okay, we have 41 votes. Anyone who hasn't voted yet better hurry up and do it right now. Okay, the question is, what oceans does Greenland touch? Is it A, Arctic and Northern Sea? Is it B, the Arctic and the Atlantic? Is it C, the Pacific and the Arctic? Or is it D, Pacific and Northern Sea? Now, currently, out of 41 votes, 27% voted for A, 66% voted for B, 2% voted for C, and 5% voted for D. The answer is B. The Arctic and the Atlantic touch Greenland.
Woo-hoo!
Woohoo! So we got, this is the last question. Too bad I don't know how to do confetti.
I got another one right.
Yep. All right. So hey, Sean, it's good to see you. So make sure you write the answers down to this question. This is question number 25. This is the last question of this trivia challenge. And you have between today until May, did I say this? Until 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time of May the 6th to get your forms filled out. I'm going to share the form link again, and I will be posting this about the trivia form. You need to make sure you fill all parts of the form out and make sure that you put the correct answer in each of the questions, because your answers have to be the correct answer to participate in the giveaway. You have between now and, like I said, May the 6th to get it done. I will shut down the form at midnight, May 6th at 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And because I need it shut down so that I can go through there, because I get to play school teacher and go through there and check everybody's forms. Okay. And then on May the 7th, we will have the drawing, and I will we will do this live, probably about midways of the live. That way everybody can be here for the live. You do not have to be here to win, but it would be nice if you did. That way you can see that you might be the winner. And let's see if Andrea is one of the winners, because she always wins a gift card. I think it's so cool. All right. So what I'm giving away is 2 $50 gift cards, 2 $25 gift cards. Also, I'm thinking about adding a couple of what do we call it when we give away fabric we don't like? Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna give away some stuff that I know I'm not gonna sew with, that I've been saving up.
Repurposing. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm repurposing it. Yeah, I'm repurposing it by giving it away.
Or you could just say a D-stash.
Or yeah, I'm giving some D-stash away of stuff I know I'm not gonna sew. So it's probably gonna be a couple little mini fat quarter bundles, maybe 6 or something like that. And I also want to send Andrea some patriotic fabric that I don't want to keep. I'm keeping all of it. There's just a specific type of print that I don't care for. I'm gonna send them to her so she can use them in her quilts of valor, because I think that would be cool. So remember, giveaway next week, Thursday. Fill out that form. If you don't, you don't get to participate. And make sure you put the correct answers. And like I said, she says rehoming fabric. Yes. So make sure that you put the correct answers. And if you don't know the answer to something, all you got to do is start with write this down on your paper. The first Thursday of March is when we started it. And it's going to be and you can find the answers to every question starting from there. And it'll be Thursday, Friday, Saturday lives only. None of my other lives count in this because I didn't do it. So every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there was one Friday where I might have I think I canceled twice actually. There's 2 times where I didn't have a live. So I did 2 questions on 2 different lives where there's 2 lives where there's 2 questions instead of 1. So make sure you go back and go through there if you don't have the answers. Now, I will tell you, hint, 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 if you look through, if you watch my videos from last week, one of those lives have all the answers mentioned. So go back and find out which one that is. If you don't want to go through all the videos, go look through the 3 videos from last week and you'll figure out which one has where I had given the answers to all of them except for the last 3 questions. So do the math. Count backwards 3. All right. Now what I want you to do, Katie says, this is what we're going to do. Where's my example? Katie says, if you've already cut some fabric, I want you to pull out 1, 2, 3, 4. I want you to pull out 5 different colors of the 1.5 inch squares. Let's do that first. So pull out 5, please. And I need to pull out 5. So we'll pull out 5 different ones. Because I'm going to show you how to sew these. One, 2, 3. Okay, so I pulled out 5 of the 1.5 inch squares. I'm going to, excuse me.
Bless you.
And then you're going to need 1 half square triangle. That's going to go in here. So if you have, hopefully you already had some leftover half square triangles. If you haven't, I just showed you how to make one. So if you need to make one now, and what we're going to do is this, look at my screen. I'm going to spotlight myself again. Okay. So when you've collected 5 of these, and you'll need 1 half square triangle, okay? So just set your blocks up however you want to, line them up. Now the second, based on my little example, I'm going to take this and I'm going to put my half square triangle here. I might change my mind about the color. Let's put green down here. Okay. And then I am going to do something random and I'm going to put this dark purple right next to it on purpose. Okay. Because there's a reason for this. Then I'm going to put this, like, just lay it out however you want to do it. Do you. Whatever's happening. But one thing I want to explain to you is please don't overthink this. Okay. because this is for fun. Then what you're going to do is you're going to sew these together. So this set, and this set together, because you're going to have 6 in a row, okay? And this is just to get you started. We will be adding to this. And you're going to sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So let's do that. Because I want you to get a feel of how this is going to work. Take your time. Don't rush through, because these are going to be small before it's over with. Rita says, so the block on the screen is the blocks that you're doing now, Katie. Right here, yes. We're going to do this right now, okay? Because I'm going to, what I want to do is give you a little feel of how this is going to go. Hi, Waze. Hello there. It's good to see you. Well, your video was beautiful, by the way. I really enjoyed that. I hope you can do more like that too, because I love that I get to see foliage from another country. He did a video where all the cherry blossoms were in flower. Everybody with me on this? Do you have your set laid out? Am I going too fast, Teresa?
No, I just don't have mine cut, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm only going to do the first 2 rows and that's it, just to give them a little feel of it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not rushing. I just want them to have a feel of what it'll look like. Everybody with me, let me know. Say yes or no. Yes, very simple. Yes, this is not going to be overly aggressive as far as complexity. The most thing that might be a headache to somebody is because they end up small. And when you're sewing these, because there's some areas where you have less piecing, so it might look weird to start with. Bonnie says she's all set, saying yes or no. You're such a smarty pants, Rita.
I know, isn't she though?
She's such a smarty pants. Linda said, yes, so far so good. All right, let's go ahead and start sewing these together. So I'm just going to turn these face to face. And so this first set together, make sure you use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Line them all up nice and pretty as you please. And I need a leader. And I need to move my needle back to the right. Forgot to do that. Okay, go ahead and sew this. And I'm going to chain sew. And if you're a newbie and you don't know what chain sewing is, it means that I am going to, what I just turned face to face, and then I'll have this face to face, this one face to face. I'll go ahead and put this one behind the other one and this one behind this one. And then I'll do them, you know, they'll all be sewed together at once. And again, if you don't want to put half square triangles or 1/4 squares or hourglasses in this, you can substitute this for another block. Make sure you have things contrasting. Put some directional in here if you have it. Just, you know, do whatever you want to do with it. Do you. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to finger press. And I'm also going to be opening these seams because there are such small pieces. All right, we got this one done. Same thing. I'll do all of them the same. And then I'm going to put them side by side. And then we're going to chainsaw again. More, well, no, actually, because now we're going to have an odd man sitting out. So what I'll do is I'll sew these two together first. And then after I've sewed that, I will sew these two together. So let's do these two first. Okay. Now we've done that. Don't forget to share your scrap pile picture over on the community tab of my channel, because I would like to see your scrap pile. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to press this open. And then lay it back out here so you can see it. And you're going to, then we'll add that last piece on the end. And we'll have this first row done of this example. Okay, now we're going to open this up the same way we already did. Press the seam open, and this would be a good time after you've done all of these little seams to take it over to your iron and put some heat on them so we can get them laying down flat. So that's, oh, I hadn't even turned my iron on. Woo-wee, I'm a slacker today. All right, now I'm going to unspotlight myself while I'm waiting on the iron to heat up. And then I'm waiting on the iron to heat up. Let's see, what did I miss? Rita says, how cute that would be to put a little miniature friendship star in there. Yeah. That is, yeah, because you could do half. You know what? You're on to something, Rita. Exactly. You can get as creative with this as you want. And since you mentioned that, because I was thinking about taking some of these half square triangles and incorporating them in here in such a way that they create a secondary design. So we'll see what happens. Because you're still being scrappy, but you can be scrappy and creative at the same time. Whew, this is hot. Okay. We got that first row done. Now, the second row, you'll see it has a rectangle. So you need to look in your little scrap pile of your little 1.5 by 2.5 and pull out a rectangle. And I need to press that because it's got wrinkles in it. So I'm going to use this turquoise. Okay, so we got that. Now, the next to this is, I'm going to put this up close to the camera so you can see it. We have here right here, we have two rectangles sewn together. Now we know that we need a 1.5 inch square. So we're going to have to cut this 1 3/4 to split it in half, or take two pieces that are 1 and oh my gosh, hang on a minute. I have to think of I confuse myself to the point of cracking myself up.
I
You're
do
going
that
to
all
need
the time.
Yeah, you're going to need two 1 1/4 by 1.5 pieces. This is the only time when you have an odd shape here. So pull out two pieces of scraps in your scrap pile. Let me see here because I want. I'm gonna come in here and dip into my little stashy. Yeah. All right. There we go. So you need 1 1/4 by 1.5. That should be, I think that's correct. Actually, I'm gonna swipe from this one. All right. These are already 1.5 on one side. So now I'm going to cut 1 1/4. Katie, on the form, what is the thing for option 1? Hold on, let me go look and see what you're talking about. Oh, that's not even supposed to be there. Oops. I don't know why it's there. That is a good question. Just ignore it. Why can't I delete that? Really? Ignore that one. I don't know why that's there. I'll try to fix it later when I'm not. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't clear it out. I have to go into the form and wait. Hang on. I might could edit it. Let me see here. Where was that at? That was after. Oh, here it is. This should not even be here. Now, how do I get rid of it? It's a question of the day. Oh, trash can. Here we go. All right, it's gone now. I don't know what that was. You never know with me because I was probably doing it when I was tired.
Hey, Denise, Katie and I talked about that, and I sent her the information in regards to that. So she is all up to date on that passport thing. So thank you for your concern.
Yep.
But we're all good.
Yep. We are. Okay, I fixed that. What size are the rectangles? They are 1.5 by 2.5. Why is this too small? This is not 1.5. Ooh, this one's off. I need another piece. All right, let me try something different here. Let's see here.
Do you happen to know what size unfinished the rectangles are?
Yeah, 1.5 by 2.5.
1.5 by 2.5, Sherry. I
I'll
better
make
write that
I'll make
down.
sure, you guys, I'll make sure that I get some kind of written text put up on the community tab. And also I was talking to Andrea. I'm hoping that Andrea has time, maybe, I hope, where we can make a PDF with the instructions so that we could add to it like we're doing with the channel sew. Okay. All right. So yes, 1.5 by 2.5. Uh-oh, why did I do that? Well, I just wasted a piece.
Okay. What am I doing?
Oh, this is supposed to be wrong side of the ruler. We're making 1 1/4 for these because we're making 2. We're making a split. Yeah, you'll see in a minute what I'm doing. Okay. And I'm gonna spotlight myself again so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, for the next, so right now we have the first row sewn and we're starting the second one, and you're going to need 1 rectangle, which is 1.5 by 2.5. I'm going to go ahead and spotlight myself again.
Sylvia, let me go back in the chat and look for your question.
Uh-oh, did I miss something or did you miss something?
I don't know. I got to go look.
Okay, now I have 2 1 1/4 by 1.5 rectangles. What you're going to do is you're going to take this one to this one. You're going to sew them together, okay? And then you're going to check your measurement to make sure that after you've sewn it, it should be a 1.5 by 1.5, which means we'll see if my math was incorrect or not. All right. Then what we're going to do is we're going to open them up, and then we're going to press the seam, finger press. And same thing, I'm going to press my seam open because this is how I prefer to do this. Now then, let's check the measurement. And if it's wrong, then we'll trim it to what it's supposed to be. And of course, it's wrong as always. Yep. All right. So let me see what I've got going on. So you ended up with a 2-inch by 1.5. So that means I need to take off, because I need this to be 1.5. I'm going to need to take off 1/4 off of one side, I think. Yeah. And then I'm going to take it and turn it around on the other side and trim it. And it should be 1.5 when I do that, because you line it up with the 1.5 here, trim it. And I need to get rid of this loose thread here. Okay, now this is where you get to be your own creator. You can turn these to go in this direction, like that, or you can turn them to be vertical. So you can either do vertical or horizontal. I'm going to turn this one horizontal, okay? Now, the next thing we're going to need is we're going to need the 1/4 square triangle that I showed you how to make a few minutes ago. That'll be your next thing to put on here. And I'm going to put this next to it. And I think I'm going to turn this where it looks like this. Okay. And then you need 2 more 1.5 by 1.5 on here. So pick a couple more. And right now it kind of looks like it might be weird, but it'll work itself out. So I'm going to put one of these in here. And let me find another piece in here to use with this. I'm going to put this next to that. Okay, so you should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, the first row had 6, but because we're using a rectangle here, you need 5. Okay. Now, like I said, we'll be adding to these blocks. These blocks are nowhere near going to be done. And what happened to my live screen that had the chat on it? Uh-oh, it disappeared. So I'm not even seeing the chat now. Hold on a minute, you guys.
Um,
I
I'm
lost the word.
sorry, Sylvia, but I could not find your question. So while I'm looking at the chat, would you mind putting your question in there again?
Yeah, can you rewrite the question, Sylvia?
And Andrea wants to know if we are going to also be doing that other sew along today, or just
No,
going to be,
it'll be
no,
next week. Wait, do you mean the one that I assigned? Are you talking about the other one that doesn't have a name right now? Or are you talking about the improv?
she says the channel sew along.
Yeah, the channel sew along will be next week on let me see, which day is that going to be? Because Mona, you're working on that right now or no? Let's
I
see.
can't hear you, Mona. You're on mute.
Thank you, Teresa.
You're
Uh,
welcome.
at the moment, no, I'm not working on it, but yeah, I've got it half done. I need to cut out those 7.5 or 8.5
Okay.
by.
Okay, I was just checking to see where you are because I knew you wanted to be available with that. All right, we're
Yeah.
gonna do the channel sew along will be on May the 7th. But I'm debating. Maybe we should do it May the 9th. No, I know what we can do. Write in your calendars that we're going to do the other channel sew along. We're going to do it on the 8th.
And we have too many channels sew alongs. I'm confused.
I only have two. This
Okay,
one,
so your channel sew along that you're talking about is the layer cake?
yeah, the layer cake one is on the 8th.
Okay. And then your Katie's Chaos, when are you working on that next?
Katie's Chaos is going to be worked on tomorrow. I mean Saturday.
Saturday. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
because
2. And then now this one makes 3.
yeah, but I don't know if anybody else is working on Katie's Creative Chaos. They might be, but
Okay, because Andrea said she had written down that you were going to do it today. That was the schedule you gave her.
oh, I foobarred the schedule. Andrea, can you re-put it on the 8th and then we'll do it again the following week after that? Because we'll just do them back to back. So we'll do the channel sew along on the 8th and then we'll do it again on the 14th. So we're just off by 1 week. That's all. You're right. I did say I was going to do it today, but I don't know what I was thinking.
Kudos to Andrea. She's like on top of it.
She is on top of it. She's the one that's gonna be keeping me on the straight
She'd
and
be
narrow
cracking
here.
that whip.
You go, girl. You keep me straight.
Maybe in the morning you should say, send her a message. What is my schedule today?
Yeah, it might be. She might be becoming my little secretary.
Hence her name, Mama.
Exactly. I need a mama. I don't have one.
Hence her name, Mama.
And I'm supposed to be looking for Sylvia's comment.
I looked for it. I couldn't find it.
Did
But
she leave or is she still there? Hang on.
I don't know.
Sylvia,
Uh-oh.
please wait a minute. I'm looking for it now. I don't know how I missed something.
I wonder
Linda,
if she's
Rita,
talking about
Bonnie,
the
Rita. Where is Sylvia's question? Moe, it must be way up here somewhere. And Sean came in. I said hi to him. Was this before I did the? Ooh, maybe it's way up above that.
Can you go to chat activity and hit Sylvia?
Oh, that's actually a great idea. Oh, let me do that. That would get me there faster, wouldn't it? Thank you
How
for
do
Yes.
you do
pointing that
that?
out because you told me that before.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is Miss Sylvia at? There she is. Now, channel activity.
Oh, is that what that does?
Yeah. Little
Oh.
Miss Smarty Pants here showed me that. All right. Let me see what the question is. Oh,
Here
question
every
answer.
Thursday.
I see something that she says question answer. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Oh, unless she's talking about tonight's question. The answer tonight is the Arctic and the Atlantic, which was, yeah, just write on your answer. If you're talking about tonight's last question, it's the Arctic and the Atlantic. I am so glad you're so smart on this stuff, Mona,
You're welcome. I'm here every
because
Thursday.
this shows everything she said in this channel tonight. Cool. Uh-oh, and I just accidentally closed my chat screen. Oops.
You better unpost it then.
Yeah, I just got to refresh the screen and it'll give it back to me. Let me see if she's still here. I hope she is.
She's trying to win, so you better get it.
Yeah, we better get that done. She's gone. Oh, darn.
Oh, she's gone. Oh,
It
no
looks like
wonder.
it.
That's why she wasn't answering me.
She probably got frustrated. It is already in a video. I cannot. Oh, I'm so sorry, Andrea. Dang. Highway says, I will be here for a little bit more before I go to bed. Okay. Thank you for hanging out with me. After today, I will not deviate from the schedule, Andrea, unless something happens between now and whenever. All right. Okay. Back to what we were doing. You're going to sew the rectangle to this and then these two together. It's the same as what we did on the first row. You're just going to sew things together. I get my days mixed up sometimes, unfortunately. All right. Got this part done. Andrea says, I am holding you to it, she says. Yeah, I will do my best to keep on track or on the schedule I said I was doing. I'm sorry about that. Okay. And so these two pieces together. You know what? I think I'm gonna turn this around and put this like this.
Denise says it's National Adopt a Pet Day in the United States.
Oh, cool.
Cool. And she also says, I use a daily planner. She does.
Yeah, I have the planner right here. I just overlooked that one thing. I don't do it on my laptop because I would really forget stuff. Somehow I misread that. That's all. Sometimes it's because I'm tired.
Okay. I think I'm going to start cutting some fabric
Okay.
because I'm getting tired of ironing.
All righty then. And we got this part done. I just need to get the seam open. And then what I'm gonna do, as soon as I get this other these two sewn together, I'm gonna take it over to the iron and press it. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna sew these two rows together so you can get an idea what this is gonna look like.
Oh,
But Rita's idea about putting a friendship star in here would definitely work since we have square triangles.
mhm.
Just saying. Sticking a random star in there. Wouldn't that look cool?
Yeah, that would look cool.
Yeah, I think it would look cool.
And you could also fussy cut your squares and stuff, you know?
Yep. You see where I put that hashtag right in the middle?
Yeah, that's what made me think of it.
I put the hashtag right in the middle. It just happened to work out that way. I'm like, yeah, there's all kinds of things you could do to make this really cool looking. Use some directional, use some, like you see, I have these black, I don't even know what fabric line this came from, actually. It looks like little eyeballs or something. I have a feeling they're eyeballs, probably from someone's Halloween fabric. Because they look like eyeballs, but they might not be eyeballs. They might be something else. All right, let me go press these with the hot iron. I need to do something here.
Oh, you did, Andrea? Cool. Andrea finished the layer cake on point quilt today.
Oh, awesome.
Good for you. I'm going to work on it Sunday.
She's a fast sewer, let me tell you.
She is. Did you put a picture of it anywhere for me to see?
It's really hot. Okay, now what you're going to do is we're going to sew this to this, but you got to line up some of these seams. All of these seams here have to be lined up, except for right there. Denise wants to know, is that the same as a chandelier quilt?
I don't
Mona?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, I'm going to take me off spotlight for a few minutes.
I would have to go look at that pattern. But offhand, I don't know.
Where'd you find your shirt at, Mona?
Lane Bryant.
I like it.
Thank you.
How you doing, Mona? She's saying hi to everyone. She's saying hi to Teresa and Mona 2.0.
Hi, Mona.
Hi, Mona. Somebody not too long ago asked me what my name was, and I was like, Mona 2.0.
That's your
I,
new nickname, isn't
I,
it?
I had to own up to it. It was like, it was
I
funny.
can tell you, I've been in a room many times and someone would say, Catherine, and more than one, this happened
You,
to me up at the
you look up.
hospital. Yeah. Catherine, and two of us were like, yeah. And then it was like, oh, not you, her. Only they say Catherine here.
Action.
Catherine. Because the TH sound is not in their I guess language. Because it's not in the Japanese language either. I learned that from my first mother-in-law because she had trouble saying my name. She finally got around to where she did, but when she first met me, she couldn't say it because it's not in her.
You
But
know, that's exactly who your husband resembles a little. Japanese. This
on the
Nico.
one I have now,
Mm-hmm.
my first one was half Japanese.
I remember you saying that. And
Yeah,
Nico is not too far from looking Japanese, actually.
yeah. The Inuits seem to have that characteristic that they look a bit Asian.
Little Eskimo and Asian. I'm not supposed to say Eskimo, right?
No, you're not. It's Inuit.
Inuit. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I caught
There's no one
myself.
here. There's
I
no one
caught
here to get
myself as soon
offended.
as it came out of my mouth.
It's okay. There's no one here to get offended about it.
And I'm learning, so I doubt that I'll make that mistake again.
It's okay. I wasn't gonna correct it, so
I caught myself
you did.
because you're teaching me. I heard you
And see,
mention it,
it
and
would have
so
rolled up. Now, if Nikolai would have heard that, it would have just rolled off him like, he wouldn't have even cared.
but
But other people might. But I don't have any
I'm
Greenlanders watching,
learning.
so it doesn't matter.
I'm learning.
I mean, I didn't know it was that until I got told that. And I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
We are Inuits. T, I stand corrected. But that's how you learn stuff.
It
When you learn
makes
that
me,
you're misusing the wrong term.
I'm a movie buff, so it makes me think of a movie, um, an older movie called Young Guns,
Uh-huh.
where I think it's Lou Diamond Phillips. His character's Mexican American. He always like corrects the other guys. It's funny.
Yep. Mona 3.0 here is,
Who's 3.0?
Mona Senior Moment says Mona 3.0 is here. Laugh my ass off, just changing devices. Phone is dying.
That's hilarious.
And Andrea says, I just about have the pattern written and up for you too, Teresa Louise. She must be
Oh,
talking
thank
about
you.
her.
That's it. Andrea's the secretary.
Yep, she's going to be our personal pattern writer.
That's it. That's it.
I'm so thankful for her because she stepped up to the plate to help make the instructions for the other so long more understandable. Because boy, did I get a bunch of emails. I don't understand what you're telling us to do, and I'm like, I must have did a terrible job explaining it.
Oh,
No, I mean, but this is okay. This is how you learn
Yeah.
to reiterate it in a different way. And I didn't take offense to that at all. It meant that I
Good.
didn't articulate it properly, which means I had to fix how I said something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we ended up doing the reiteration and then having the written instructions did help along with the graphic because Andrea did the graphic for it. And when they saw the graphic, they're like, now
Yeah.
things are clicking into place.
I'm more visual too.
Yep.
Yes.
So I'm very appreciative of her help. Anything to help make it where it makes sense because sometimes I don't always make sense. One day it'll get where I don't make, where it doesn't do that. I'll get better at it.
Of course. Inuit.
Takes
Got
lots of
it.
learning. Yep.
Do you hear me? Got it. Inuit. Got it.
Inuit, yep.
It's a learning curve here.
And so you have the indigenous, and the newest thing is they don't like being called the indigenous either. They
Okay.
want to be called Greenlanders.
Is that you beeping?
Yeah, that's my
Or should I go to my kitchen?
That's my iron.
Okay.
And I kind of understand that because we all live on this island and they started calling me a Greenlander. I didn't think I would get that title, but I got that title now. You've been here long enough to earn that title. And a Greenlander means people who live in Greenland and take care of Greenland. The stewards of this island.
Denise, the blue quilt that's behind me is a layer cake quilt, but I believe this pattern is different than the one Katie is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure if that was your question, but
yeah, your layer cake's different from my layer cake thing I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I need to fix a couple of seams here. Darn it.
Although we are both doing using a layer cake, so
it just turned out that way, didn't it, Teresa?
Yeah.
Sometimes great minds think alike. Just using a different pattern.
Pattern.
Or I don't whip your butt. Someone's about to get it. No, I'm kidding. You're not getting it. She's teasing me by the way I say pattern.
Pattern?
My little southern tongue gets in the way.
Pattern? I love it.
Yeah, depending on where you live in the United States. You say that word differently.
Yeah, it's that Florida girl in me. What can I say?
I love it.
It's probably how I picked it up from my mother. Who knows?
Patron says patron.
Mm-hmm. See, even I have little quirky language.
You're welcome, Denise.
I have had to learn to leave big words and slang out of my language when I'm talking to Greenlandic people.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, because I get blank looks. Like, even my husband, he don't even ask what a big word it. When I see some big word, he don't even ask what it means, and I know he doesn't know what it means because he looks at me like, "What are you talking about?"
He's waiting for the context clues.
Yep.
To figure it out.
My college brain. Sometimes I'm like, I want to use big words, though. I like big words. Hadn't you noticed?
Absolutely. It's called education.
Yep. It's like things can get so discombobulated because of it.
Discombobulated. Okay.
That is a really cool word. Discombobulated. Word of the day is discombobulated. I'm pretty sure there's no Greenlandic word for that either. Although Greenlandic words are enough to get your tongue all in a twist. You know, it's funny. People have. I've been bumping into some the locals here lately that I haven't seen in, or they haven't seen me in a while, and they'll ask me how I'm doing in Greenlandic, and I turn around and answer them in Greenlandic, and they stop what they're doing to look at me like, "Did I just hear you right?"
Somebody's
Just answer them in
learning.
Greenlandic, you know. And then I hear this bickery, which means you did good.
They place their bets. They're like, all right, so and so won.
Yeah.
She learned.
Yeah, if we could just get my pronunciation of some of the words better, that would be great.
Yeah.
I'm probably always going to struggle with some of the sounds because I wasn't raised here to learn how to do them when I was little.
Yeah.
And I had no idea how to make a sound in your throat. I don't know how kids learn how to do it, but they do. But that's like learning how to roll that R sound. I don't know how to do that either. I bet you know how to roll that R, Mona.
Un poquito.
Because Spanish has those rolling R's. I don't know.
I actually struggle with that a little.
Yeah. But I noticed it. I was watching someone's video the other day, and they're European. I don't remember. I think it was the Netherlands, maybe. Yeah. Frisian Horses. She has a YouTube channel. She also, I guess, the people that live in the Netherlands roll their R's too. But she's always rolling hers. She went and brought home a new horse.
Don't be jelly.
Well, I'm not sure she's keeping her. Because when I watched her yesterday, she was talking about she was trying to fix a problem that the horse had. And so she traded horses with stall A. I think it's stall H because they go by letters, stall G, stall H kind of thing. And she was saying that she had to break or fix something because the name of the horse is Raina. And she's got to correct a behavior when riding her.
You know what that means?
What?
Reina?
No.
It's she's the queen in Spanish.
Oh, did not know that.
Lorena. She's the queen.
Oh, see, I did not know that. I know they used to name their horses
I have brought
and their
home food.
human beings.
Thank you, baby.
Like the male horses are called Tay Rain or something like that. I can't say it the way she says it. How's everybody doing with the sew? Let us know in the chat. Have you already made your row 1 and row 2, or you just watching and gonna sew it off later? Let us know where you are on yours. I had to fix a seam. I had 2 seams that did not align like they were supposed to, which means I didn't pin it right.
It seems peculiar.
Personally, I'm getting tired of scraps.
Probably, yeah, I think I'm getting close to being done for tonight. I just wanted to get them started. So here's what's going to happen, you guys. All I want you to do is make sure you get all your stuff cut. I don't have an actual number of how much you're going to cut because we're just going to be building. Because what I want to do is We're going to work on this for about a month, and then I'm going to get feedback from you guys on whether you want to make it a mini quilt or do you want to go bigger. I want feedback. So for right now, we're just going to, I'll give you a certain amount to cut. Like I told you, cut a few of these, cut a few of these, make a few half square triangles, you don't need to make a lot of half square triangles, and you don't need to make a lot of the quarter square triangles. Next time when we touch on this, not next week, but the week after, 2 weeks from today, we will discuss how to make that 3-inch unfinished hourglass. Andrea says 1 and 2 are done, and I'm ready for the next 2 rows that you haven't pictured. All right, let me get these 2 seams fixed now that I've pinned them. All right.
If you don't have a name for this quilt, you might as well name it Andrea's.
That's actually a great idea, since she's helping with this, with the writing of it anyway. I told her she should put her name on the Katie's Creative Chaos one, since she's writing with, yes, I designed it in my head, but she's the one writing it. Give credit where credit is due.
Amen.
I'm not claiming all the credit because I didn't write it. She did.
Mm-hmm.
I just got it. I just gave her the information that came out of my brain. Because I'm still struggling with trying to write it where it makes sense.
How do they say when's a producer, when's a director?
Yeah, something like that.
You produced it, she directed it. I don't know.
Yep,
Vice
yep.
versa, whatever. Whichever one you want.
Sherry says writing it down and we'll do it later. And then Denise says, thank you, Andrea. I don't participate in Facebook. I appreciate you putting it up to look at it, though.
Yeah, I don't do Facebook either, y'all.
Oh, we just talk to each other on Messenger.
I'm old school.
I have Facebook, but I just use it for personal. I don't mix it with my YouTube stuff. Other than the Facebook group. In the Facebook group, yes, you have to have a face account. But it does, you can't see my, I don't know what the deal is with this, but this one little, oh my God, I'm going to leave it alone because I'm going to get, yeah. Maybe later on this, but not right now. Okay, so here's some things I suggest, but you do not have to do it. I would suggest pressing your seams open because there's so many seams related here, but you do not, it is not a requirement, okay? So here's the 2 rows that we've sewn together tonight. And remember, this is the example, and this will probably end up maybe on this side or something. I might put it over here. I don't know. We'll see. But this is where we are. So on 2 weeks from today, have what you want to do, cut. Make sure you have made a few half square triangles, a few of the quarter triangles, and then I'll show you how to do the hourglass. And hang on a second. Let me see if there's anything else we need to do. Yeah, there is a flying geese in here, but I don't know if I want to do flying geese this small. I don't know if, can you do a flying geese that small? Probably not. But you could do a flying geese a different way. You can do 2 half square triangles and sew them together, and it looks like I have flying geese. So there's that.
Now, what did you just say, Speedy Gonzalez?
You can sew 2 half square triangles together that look like flying geese.
Okay.
Hodge says, have a lovely day. Thank you for coming in and hanging with me. He says, okay, Katie and chat, late here now, so going to get some rest. It was lovely being here again. Thank you for coming, and I'll be over to look at some of your your new stuff again. Thank you for dropping in and hanging out.
Buenos noches.
Linda says, I am ironing my half square triangles and want to know if you decided what size the blocks is going to be. That is a really good question. Let me see something here. So if these two, because I wasn't going to sew this on here, but let me see if I can figure out whether this would come out to be a 6.5 the other way. Because right now this one is 6.5 wide. Where's my ruler? Let's see. I'm going to set this kind of on top of the other one, pretending like it's a 1/4 inch seam. They might be 6.5 by 6.5, but I won't know until I put 2 more rows on this sampler. So let me get this sample this block finished done. And can I let you know, Linda, later? And Andrea says you can do 2 half square triangles in place of flying geese. Linda, let me know if you can wait a couple of days and I'll post on the community tab about it. Also, like Sherry says, also later, I'm working on a different project while I listen to your live. Oh, that was Happy that said that. Sorry, I read that wrong. I am tired when I start reading things.
Abri, what?
I could, well, let's see, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. Are you guys, you two willing to go longer or are you wanting to get off?
I'm good, Katie. Whatever you want, sweetheart.
What about you, Teresa?
I'm okay. I'm just going to switch projects.
All right, then we'll keep going. Never mind, Linda, give me a minute and we'll figure this out, okay? Because maybe I'll just go ahead and sew this on top since it's a sample anyway. Let me see how I want to do this because I don't want to put that big piece, although that might be okay like that. No, because yeah, let's do it this way. That way you can see this in the middle here. Give me a minute, we'll sew this together and we'll see, okay? Yeah, but I need to press this first and I need to take it over to the iron. Yeah, hang on, I'm not going anywhere. We're going to go a bit longer. I thought someone wanted to leave. No, I didn't. I do know I need to fill up my cup. Your sizes will make 6.5 by 6.5, says Nina. Okay, because I thought it should come out about 6.5. All right, let me go press this. And then I'm going to go, well, you know what? I need to fill my cup up and do a quick bio. Be right back.
Is she giving code for PP?
Maybe.
And did I just like break the code? Oops. Sorry.
Possibly.
Sorry. No.
Okay, let's see where I'm at.
Let's see here. Someone needs a little bit of a snack. Come here, girl. Go over there and sit. Sit. Wait. Go. Paracots is going to become your best friend, Nora.
Hmm. Okay. Let me put Band-Aid in.
Nora's too funny. I definitely think she knows I've cut her groceries back.
Yeah.
She's starving.
Oh, yeah. Mom's being mean, starving her to death.
I'm
But the
so hungry.
The green beans seem to be doing the trick.
You can hear, I can hear her stomach growling from here. Poor baby.
I know, she's so abused.
So abused and unloved.
I could feel the puppy eyes. For real, we had Dodson, so we know.
Even Andrea's saying they should be 6.5 by 6.5. So yeah, I wasn't sure about the math because I'm doing this as I go along. Okay, let's pin these two together and we will see what this looks like. And you'll have your first little sample quilt to look, or not quilt, sample block to go by, because I will post a picture of the sample block so you guys can get an idea. Now the way I'm doing this is going to change over time because I'll be rotating things around, changing them around. They're not all going to be the same pattern over and over again, unless y'all want them to be over and over again.
Over and over.
Okay. Let's get this pinned in here. And hopefully I won't have another misalignment.
Let me see her.
So now she's walking around the kitchen, sniffing to see if she could find any little piece of
Morsel.
yeah, any morsel on the floor. She's hilarious.
Let me see. I left a snack here somewhere, she said. Back up. Poor babies.
Andrea says, speaking of puppies, I am getting my daughter's service dog. He's a beautiful German Shepherd named Theo. He is trained. That's really cool. I'm happy for you on that.
Oh.
Mona says, night, daughter home and noisy. Send written, Mona. I know one thing. I wish my eyes would stop feeling like I have glass in them.
Yikes.
Yeah, they've been like this for 3 days now. And I'm pretty sure it's because of the wind. Something got my eyes all stirred up, and I'm pretty sure it's something to do with that and allergies.
Were you the kid that's always sick when I was small?
I used to have, besides my asthma, man, I used to get hay fever. Oh my God. You want to be in misery, have hay fever.
No, thank you.
Because hay fever just doesn't clear up. Yeah, it's like living in misery. Add to the fact that you can't breathe, and then you got that going on. I got to have blood work done next week. And then I have a virtual meeting with the doctor in Nuke.
Cool, man. This is virtual.
Yeah, so we'll see where that goes. Not sure what
There's
this
nothing more that sucks is going somewhere and having a park and walk and
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna complain about it being
and then
virtual.
you get there and they're like your blood pressure's high. You're like, no shit. I just had to park in the smallest parking spot available and
Mhm.
like, you know, uh, not to mention, miss the exit. I mean, the list goes on and on.
I managed to get my blood pressure done when I first woke up today, so there's that. I keep forgetting to do it, so when I go to bed, I'll do it again, and then I'll have done day 2 of it that I was supposed to have gotten done. Get blood pressure checks. Maybe less screen time would help, says Denise. That is unlikely. I don't think it's the screen time causing it. It's
Yeah,
something else.
that's a good thought though. Like for real.
It could be, but I don't think so.
They say that with the kids and the gamers and stuff like that. And she just might have a point, actually.
Yeah, part of my problem is the wind is 1 and 2 lack of sleep or not enough sleep. And I do feel tired today,
Hi, Rad.
but I felt tired yesterday too, so there's that. Beginning to think I need to talk to them about putting me on some vitamins. I wish I was in the United States and I could go have a choice of what I could take because my stomach can't tolerate certain things. It gets upset. I could go buy kids' vitamins and be fine. Adult ones make me sick to my stomach.
By no means am I a doctor, but I think you're just sad because hubby's gone.
Oh,
That's
well,
all.
there's that too.
I think.
I'm missing
Get the
my
blues.
man.
Everything hurts. Everything sucks.
Yep,
Blah, blah,
yep.
blah, blah, blah,
I'm missing my man.
blah.
I think he's missing me too because when we were talking on the phone last night, he seemed like he was. And I think he misses Nora too because he asked about her. Is she still moping? I'm like, of course she is. She's pretty much took possession of his side of the bed. But she's not satisfied unless she takes over his and my side by stretching her little homey self as far out as she can.
Touche.
Mona 3.10 says good night.
Good
Yep.
night, Mo.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
I said goodnight to her.
Oh, you did?
3.0.
Yeah, I did. I like that 3.0.
That shit's funny. That's like the ketchup. That shit's funny.
Yeah, it's like the ketchup. Speaking of ketchup, who was showing the ketchup thing in the screen? It was Andy, I think. Every time someone would say ketchup in the channel, she'd show a little those little Heinz ketchups you can get from McDonald's. She was poking one of them up in the screen.
I don't know about y'all, but there's nothing more I like than Andy's laugh. She
Yeah,
has got
she's infectious.
infectious little laugh. Oh my God.
Her mom, I think, is still in ICU.
Poor mom.
I haven't heard from her the last couple of days, so I hope everything's okay.
I saw her online last night.
Was she live last night? Did you remember whether you saw her or not?
Yes, she was on live last night. She said they moved her mom from, you know, ICU to another room or something
Oh,
like
so they
that.
did move
I don't
her
know.
back?
I don't want to say her biz, but yeah.
Okay.
So she was just she was online making stuff
Okay.
and giggling, but her mom
Good.
is
Good.
still
Good.
her
So she
mom's
was
still in the
good.
hospital.
I'm glad to hear that.
Mhm.
All right.
I really hate talking for somebody like
Oh, I know. I just hadn't heard from her the last couple of days. She
the
usually
same thing with like when Cynthia was gone. Like, man, I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything, but
it's weird her not being around. Just like it was strange with Robin being missing in action.
you're
Speaking
betting.
of, maybe, I don't know if she's still in here or not. Let me look and see. Nope, she's gone.
She's a weekend warrior.
She said she had life gotten away. Oh, look at this. This is interesting. Let me screenshot myself. What do you think?
All right.
Definitely looks like 6.5 to me.
I don't know why I'm getting an 80s vibe, but retro.
You're getting an 80s vibe out of this?
I don't know why.
Oh, hey, whatever works.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. 80s was the best.
Looks good, Katie.
Yeah, it's coming along. And this will probably, as we continue digging in our scraps and pulling things, that 1/4 inch seam, you see that? There is not a point right there because that that's interesting. I'm gonna leave it alone. No. Overthink this. Oh, it must have been the way. I see what happened. That is not a 1/4 inch seam. That's like less than a 1/4 inch. That's why. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can't fix that. Take the other seam out. Yeah, that's what happened. Kind of veered off there, and that's why it wasn't right. Okay. Is there anyone else going to be live tonight on Thursday?
I do not know.
Oh, see, that fixed that problem. That's all it was. It was the seam was off. Okay. Because used to be there wasn't anyone behind me.
Thursdays is all you, boo.
Huh?
I said Thursdays is all you, boo.
Yeah. Cool. Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays have gotten insane.
Oh my, yes it is.
I mean, speaking of Friday, I need to go see if Donna's put her link up for tomorrow night so that I can stick it in there as to dump everybody from here to there. Tomorrow, Friday, is me and Shonda time for Socialites 3 blocks 9 and 10. And I'm not going to do block number 10. I am going to substitute it for a block from Socialites 2 because I don't want to make the strawberry.
Were you scared?
Hmm?
Are you scared?
Yeah. No, not scared. I just don't want to make it. That's all. So I'm gonna sub it for one of the other socialite blocks. For a block called hang on, I'll show you the block I'm gonna sub it for. Why do I smell something? You better not have had an accident in this house, girl.
Uh-oh.
Not gonna feed
My
me?
nose,
I feed
sometimes my
myself.
nose plays tricks on me. Nope, she didn't. Okay, so let me show you what I don't know if I printed the actual block 10 out or not. No, I didn't. I'm going to sub it for block number 28. And I think this is from Socialite. I'll either sub it. Yeah, I'm gonna sub it for the Hope block because it's an interesting block. And this one's from Socialites number 2. See the block?
Cool.
So that means I can fussy cut for these squares.
It reminds me of the shapes behind you.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, definitely. Mona says, "Night, daughter home and no." I already read that one. Darn it. We need to channel the move so I don't keep rereading the same thing again.
You can go to live. All right.
Yeah. Y'all are asleep. Okay,
I'm awake.
those of you who are sewing, don't forget to post a picture on the community tab so I can see what you're looking like so far. This maybe I can just make this hourglass block in here, but I got to remember how I did it.
Katie, we did go fishing, but we didn't catch anything.
Oh, I was wondering if you did make it to the fishing hole or not.
Yeah, we didn't even get a bite. Nothing.
Nothing,
I think
huh?
it's still a little too cold and the water was moving pretty fast. So
Oh, that would explain it.
They were spawning.
I watched a video yesterday, about the orcas moving further north into the Arctic. And it was a big pod. I don't remember what pod they called it, but it was disturbing to watch them take out an entire pod of narwhals. They killed every last one of them.
I know, isn't that sad when that happens?
They're
I'll be
trying
right
to-
back. I'm gonna go. What was it? Bio? What was that?
Yeah, bio break. Yeah.
Code.
Better than
Okay.
staying the other thing and someone getting uptight about it.
I'm gonna go bio. Okay, I'll be back.
I'll go to bio break. Yeah, they killed
We
the
have to be,
entire.
so correct in everything that we say
I
anymore.
know, it's so dumb. But yeah, they
Crazy.
wiped out the entire pod of narwhals.
That's just sad. And they probably didn't eat half of what they killed.
They probably didn't. Because some of them like to just take their prey out just for their liver.
Right.
There's a pod off of California that does that.
There's quite a few animals that just do that.
Yep.
I was watching a little documentary thing about the wolves up in, I think it was Alaska. And they if they eat the whole salmon, it'll kill them because there's something in the salmon that they can't have. And I can't remember what it was now. Some sort of parasite or I
That's a
don't know what.
parasite. So when I bring home fresh salmon when we bring home salmon from catching them, I have to freeze them for 3 months before I can feed any of it to my dog.
So what the wolves do is they still go out and they catch the salmon, and then they bring it up and put it on the shore, and they let the birds and whatever peck at it until
Oh,
the only thing that is left is like the head, part of the head, the head and the part of the head, the skin and the bones.
huh.
And then the wolves eat the skin and the bones.
Yeah, the skin has fat in it.
So they'll just go fish. It was kind of funny in a way, but
The fact that they even know that part of the fish is bad is interesting.
I know that's what I thought too. And then I thought, well, what about all these sled dogs up in Alaska? Like, are they feeding those dogs smoked salmon or
No,
fresh salmon?
they feed them raw salmon, but they freeze it for a period of time before they feed it.
Mm,
Because all salmon all over the world have parasites,
yeah,
and dogs are sensitive to it. That's why you're supposed to freeze it for 3 months before feeding it raw to your dog.
yeah.
Because they feed raw, they feed everything raw up here in Greenland to their sledge dogs. Now they don't have to do the same thing with seal and whale. It's just salmon that they have to freeze for a period of time.
Right. Yeah, Brandon, he won't he won't feed the dogs any fish actually, but
Fish is actually really good for dogs, and dogs, if you feed it to them, they love it.
now that I know,
I limit how much I feed a salmon to Nora because it's a fatty fish, but they need the oil, especially because she's on a raw diet anyway.
yeah.
But
But
one thing sorry, go ahead.
I was thinking next time I catch trout, when I cook it, I'm gonna give the skin to the dogs.
Well, that'll be fun. I
Yeah,
just,
why not?
yeah, it's good for them.
I bet they would like it.
It's got omega-3 in it and everything else. I discovered I can't feed salmon belly to Nora because it makes her stomach upset. Too much fat. So we bought some herring, and I've been giving her a little bit of herring too. Speaking of herring, it's time to give her some soon. The only thing
I
I'm
better
concerned. Go ahead.
I better check my battery on my phone.
All right, let me press this, and we'll have a good example for everyone to look at. It doesn't take long for the phones to die when you're doing a live.
Yeah,
I figured out what happened. Were you on my live when I got kicked off my phone and we couldn't get it back up? Were you with me that night?
I don't think so.
Someone was, but I don't remember who it was. I figured out what the problem was. I forgot to turn my phone back to the Wi-Fi. It was running off the data, and I wiped all
Oh,
my
yeah,
data
yeah, yeah.
out. I totally wiped it out.
I was there.
That's what happened. I'm like, wow. So, if I didn't move money from one part of my bank account to the other, I wasn't able to do it if I was in town because my data was down. And he's like, unless I pay more money, and I wasn't going to do that. So, because I don't really use up all my data to start with. That's the first time I've done that. Because
I would like a recliner up here in my sewing room.
yeah, I would like a recliner I told Nicola, I said, when we move back into the craft room, I want a chair in there. He's like, where are you planning on putting a chair? I don't know, but we're going to put one in there.
Yeah, I think I have room right over here by the patio door, put a recliner, and then I could just lay down when I need to.
Yep. Take some Z's. Right, let me press this.
Because it's not that I'm tired, but my back gets to hurting and then my legs start aching.
Maybe
I
I
sit up
need a
too
different
long.
chair. Sit in.
Just sitting way too long
Yeah.
or standing, either one.
Yeah, I know. I do enough of it myself. All righty, looky here, you guys.
All right.
Very scrappy.
Yeah.
But it kind of looks a little organized too, don't it?
Yes.
Which is
I
cool.
think it will if you put colors in certain places, you know, like contrast colors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good job.
See, this is what you guys can. I don't know why my screen is saying. It's saying your chat has been disconnected. Please wait a while. Why is it disconnected? Anyway, this is an example of, see, most people cringe when they think, well, when you're doing Scrappy, it's all chaos. This is not chaotic. To me, I don't think that it is.
Hi, Bonnie. Yes, this is a collage of a horse. It's a horse of a different color.
Horse with no name. Could be out in the rain.
Linda said that she figured out how to post on the community page. Yay,
Yay!
Linda.
Congratulations. Now I get to go find what y'all posted. Because
And
Andrew said
Denise
she was.
oh, sorry. Denise wants to know, do they just kill them or did they eat them?
They killed the whole set, and I don't know. We were eating them, but I don't know if they ate all of them because they drowned them, so we couldn't see what happened underneath the water once they
Right.
drowned all of them. And the pod was
Well,
probably a pod. The pod of the narwhals had to have been at least. There looked to me like about 10 in that pod, and and then there was babies with those adults,
oh,
and they took out the entire pod. And the orca pod was huge, and they had a male was with them, and that male, oh my god, he was big. He couldn't go do what the smaller ones were doing. What they were doing is they were herding them up against the side of the, where the water gets really shallow. They herded them up there, and then they took them all out, drowned
right.
every one of them. They grabbed them and drug them under the water and drowned them. And they were doing it in like teams of two. Two would come in and take out one, and then the next one would come and grab another one.
Yeah, I hate watching stuff like that.
It was shocking because I've seen them do, bully up on a humpback whale and take her baby, but I'd never seen it take a whole pod out. So the narwhals are moving further north where they can get up underneath the ice because the orcas can't get underneath the ice because that big old dorsal fin they got.
Right.
Narwhals don't have a dorsal fin, so narwhals and belugas both don't have the dorsal, so they can go right up underneath the ice. All right, let's talk about this hourglass block. I have to decide how I'm going to teach how to do this. So, all right. So what I did is I took a 4.5-inch block square, two of them. Yeah, two of them, which means I have the other half of one over here somewhere. Or I know I did two sets so I could teach this. Okay. Wait a minute. These been looks like I sewed these together. I did. Yep. Okay, so what you do is you take a 4.5-inch block, two of them. Let me go grab two pieces of scraps to show you what I did to make this hourglass. Let me see if this is 4.5 or not. This might only be 4. Yep, this is not big enough.
Very well.
That
Didn't
means
mean
I
to
have to come
scare
to my
you.
other scrap pile and get something. Oh, you know what? I could take it from this. From my leftovers from my Callie & Co. That's what I'll do. I'll swipe from this. Because these are scraps too. Just make sure I don't lose any of my scraps. All right, let me pick a couple of colors here. Dots. Maybe Scabby.
I'm not going to be around tomorrow.
Okay.
Brandon and I got to go to Grangeville,
Okay.
which it's like an pretty much an all day trip. So.
Okay. Maybe Shonda and I doing socialites tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, tomorrow's Friday. So it's the because we do it every other week, and this is the other week. So we'll do 9 and 10 tomorrow. But like I said, I'm gonna skip out on doing. I'm gonna switch the 10 out for something from socialites too. So yeah, it'll be me and her.
Okay.
I'm gonna take these two, and I'm just gonna lay them on top of each other. And I'm going to cut a 4.5-inch square from this. And then I'll show you what you do next. And I'll end up with 2 hourglass blocks out of this. Now, this is an actual hourglass. This is not my hourglass you see me doing on my other that I call an hourglass that people keep correcting me on. Not an hourglass. It is a broken plates or broken dishes, whatever.
Oh, yeah. It's an hourglass variation.
Yeah, it's my hourglass. But I'm being funny, you guys. I'm not being bitchy.
I think that's one of the probably the most difficult thing. One of the most difficult things in quilting is learning all these.
Yeah, the names of these blocks is it.
Yeah.
To me, it's like the churn dash.
Right.
Or the square and the square. There's so many names for both of them. I'm like, how are you supposed to keep up?
And then all the acronyms.
Yep.
It's like when I first started, what is HST? You know,
I know. It took me forever
I
to
had
find
no
that one
clue
out.
what it.
Yep. There is something wrong with my chat. It is not working.
And I was like, why do I have to have a 1/4-inch seam? You know,
Mm-hmm.
I learned that one real fast.
Well, that was one of my big questions is why do we even have to use a 1/4-inch? Because I sewed clothes and aren't those like 3/8 or something?
Yeah.
Something
3.
to that effect. I don't know what's okay, now you're being weird.
So I just, to me, if your 1/4-inch is close, just be consistent.
Yeah, being consistent is what you need to do. Not it doesn't have to be, and this, we're doing this Alice's Wonderland thing, and it's supposed to be a skill builder book. But what I don't understand is why are you preaching about scant 1/4-inch if you're teaching newbies how to make these blocks?
Right.
I don't understand that. What they should be doing is saying, use 1/4-inch. And now I think I figured out part of what it is maybe the blocks that they have used for the book is blocks that they shrink or reduce them in size. And the only way they could do it was using scant 1/4. I'm not using a scant 1/4 at all. I haven't since it started because that first block that we had to do, I discovered after making it 3 times that it was never going to be 6.5, regardless of how I did it. So,
AI can now build a website in 90
sorry.
seconds, while the only AI
So
most
the best
people
thing
over
for
40
me to
know is
do
ChatGPT.
was just to be consistent with what I'm doing, you
Right.
know, and it'll be okay. It'll work itself out because it always has worked itself out. And, you know, my 1/4 inch seems not what other people's are. As long as they all go together in the end, who cares?
I'm like, instead of telling me to do a scant 1/4 inch, why don't I just cut the fabric a little bit bigger?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, cut
As long-
cut it the correct size instead of giving me nothing to work with, you know?
Yeah. And I saw there was a discussion about the thing about the fabric, and someone said, well, maybe they are just trying, maybe it's not about making money off the book, but making money off the fabric.
That could be.
And that kind of makes sense too. You know, maybe they're more concerned with making money off the fabric, and that's why they were being as frugal as possible with how much they gave with, you know, in it. I don't know. We can what do you call it?
Pick it apart.
Yeah, pick it apart all we want, but it's not going to change the way it was done. But it is kind of like, if you're trying to teach a newbie how to do this, telling them they need to do scant 1/4 inches, this is not the way to go.
Right. I have to agree with you there because it's hard enough just to try to get a 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
And then you got to figure out what a scant is, you know?
Mhm. And I still really don't understand what a scant is. Someone says it's 1 thread over. 1 thread over, what does that even mean? I don't see 1 thread over. You must have really good eyesight if it's 1 thread over.
1 thread over from your 1/4 inch.
Yeah, but do you see a thread over?
The only way to
Right.
really get that perfectly is like to draw a 1/4 inch on your fabric
Mhm.
and then
Move it over.
move it over. Yeah.
Okay, I need to say what I'm doing right this minute before I forget to do this. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm going to make the hourglass. So I cut a 1/4.
I can hear something
Yeah, I know where it's coming from.
on.
Yeah, it's me. I need to mute my channel. There we go. Because I had to switch browsers because there's something wrong with the one on the other one. Okay, what I did is I cut 4 1/4, not 4 1/2. I think that's what I did. Yeah, 4 1/4. So we have 2 squares here, and I'm gonna cut on the diagonal both ways. And you're just gonna go point to point because we're gonna do the hourglass. Okay. Then what you're going to do is you're going to get, you'll end up with the ability to make 2 sets of hourglasses. So set one set aside. And what you're going to do is you're going to take these and you're going to line them up like this. Okay. Now, yes, this is bigger than 3 inches. We will be trimming down, and you'll see in a minute. Okay, now we're going to sew these together and these together. And while they're in this, yeah. Okay, so go ahead and do that. And I'm going to take myself back off the screen. Uh-oh. Everything keeps hitting the floor over here. Now I have 2 rulers on the floor. Good thing I have a carpet. So let's sew these 2 together. I'm trying to see if they're saying anything in. Oh, Nina said 5/8. Okay, gotcha. Couldn't remember which it was for sewing clothing from patterns. And she says she agrees with both of us. Mona, what you doing?
You talking to me?
Mm-hmm. What you doing?
I'm gonna make a tote, and so right now I've made the straps and a pocket, and it's gonna have magnetic snap on it.
You really love making bags, don't you?
That's basically what I do more of. Mostly.
I think when I do my tour guiding this summer in the tannery, I'm gonna have to pick up a little seal skin crossover bag to send to you.
Awesome. I'll buy fabric from you. From over there. I need to take you guys shopping soon.
My 6700P does set my needle to the right for 1/4 inch. It, however, does not, as far as I know, have a scant 1/4 inch setting on it. Just the 1/4 inch setting. No such.
I have a,
Does anyone's machine actually have that setting on it, a scant 1/4?
mine doesn't, but it does have a 1/4. But I do have a comment about the scant 1/4 inch.
Sure, go ahead.
If you are using a lighter weight thread, I don't think you have to worry about doing a scant 1/4 inch as much, because the thicker the thread, the bulkier that is when you fold your seam over.
Mm-hmm.
But if the thread is really thin, the thread makes a difference, is what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The thread takes up space
Mm-hmm.
and pulls your fabric in one direction, and so
Mm-hmm.
you lose some of your 1/4 inch.
Oh, got you.
Got me? So that's why they say do a scant 1/4 inch, because they take the thread into consideration that's inside the seam.
Oh, I see. Well, then,
But
but why wouldn't you just make it a little bit bigger so you didn't have to deal with that problem?
yeah, I would say cut my fabric a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
But and you could test this, like use a 40 weight cotton thread versus a 60 weight cotton thread and see the difference.
Okay. That now you explained it where it makes sense. Because I was wondering, because I don't even make the effort to do a scan. Okay. I want to show you guys something real quick here. Now, I have two sides of this hourglass. Now, like I said, we needed a 3-inch unfinished hourglass.
And I have to thank Nana for reminding me of that.
Oh, gotcha. Denise, what do you mean about protecting dogs' feet? Did I miss something?
Yeah, I didn't quite understand that, but
Yeah, I don't understand that comment either.
I didn't know if she means the dog feet on the sewing machine or the dog's feet under the chair.
Oh, Nora's not anywhere near my chair. I built her a bed up underneath the two that's in between my desk and the table that's in front of me that has the monitor on it so that she has something to lay on. So she's nowhere near my chair.
Yeah. My dog likes to get right behind me sometimes, and
Yeah, I've ran over Nora's tail a couple times, which is not cool. How did I do this? Because Oh, I think I can trim this down. Hourglasses are trimmable down, right?
I
Like you
think we
would
might
have
have
square
missed something
triangle.
because now Rita says something about having your dogs wear shoes in the summertime.
Oh.
I
Talking
guess
about-
my charger is. Oh, something is going on here.
Okay.
Oops, see, you did it. You moved when I wasn't paying attention, didn't you?
You got her.
Yeah.
I think Nora's learned not to get so close to my wheels. But she's also got a padded pillow up underneath the table. Talking about the dropping things on the floor from the sewing table. Oh, she's not even over here. She's under the table. I'm dropping them back behind me. The other day when she got caught by something, my cell phone fell off my desk and she was just coming between me and the what caused the cell phone to fall on top of her is because she went strolling through the cord and it pulled it off the top of my desk and hit her across the back. And I'm like, oh. Stuff happens sometimes, just like with kids. Bonnie says, if the hourglass is 2 inches finished in the quilt, cut it down to 2.5. Well, I know this is 3 inches unfinished.
Right.
I figured out how I trimmed it down now. After I sewed it together, then I treated it like a half square triangle. That's basically what I did. I was trying to remember how I did it last night.
What time is it? Oh, I see. It's almost 6 o'clock. That is why.
You got the
Because
other one up there?
that's dinner time.
Ah,
That's why you're bugging me.
it's like, feed me.
And who is in charge of dinner?
Say, Daddy's in charge of dinner, so why isn't he feeding you?
Daddy is in charge of dinner. That's right. You know, do you remember she was bugging me last night?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't know it, but Brandon had gone back and took another nap. And so
Oh,
he did not feed the dogs at 6 o'clock.
so that's why she was pestering you.
Yeah. And so I'm like, finally, because I didn't leave until 7 last night and from our live
Mm-hmm.
or your live. And so I took her down there and I'm like, oh, okay. So I fed her. But
Like, Daddy forgot about me. He didn't feed me, so I'm
so
gonna
he must,
bother
I've been
you.
probably taking a nap.
Yep. This is how I trimmed it last night. I left it, still like this, and then lined up my 3 inches on the seam allowance or the seam line and made sure this line was, vertical over that seam too. And then I trimmed it. And that's how I got my 3-inch hourglasses or the one. Only made one last night. There we go. Uh-oh. Yeah, I need to change this blade, dadgummit. wanna because it's using it too fast.
Do you have more than one rotary cutter?
Yeah, you want to see how many rotary cutters I got?
I was just gonna say, I try to use just one for paper and the other
Yeah, I need to
for
do that
fabric.
and then do the muscle memory thing of use this for paper piece and then use this one for that. Yeah, I got multiple of these Olfas. I'm going to order me another or a 28 millimeter Olfa. The one I have is a Fiskars. And it's a pain in the butt to take the blade off of that one. Because it's got the screw on it instead of this pop-off deal like this one does.
Yeah.
All right, one thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to go press this and then we'll check the measurement to make sure this is actually 3 inches unfinished. Rita says, Teresa, at least you do not have a kid that brings you the bowl. And when you do not put food in the bowl, he throws it at the wall. Uh-oh,
Well,
that's not good.
we do have a dog that brings us the bowl. She doesn't throw it, but she does bring you the bowl.
Oh, too hilarious.
And when she's done eating, she brings you the bowl and trades you for a cookie or something, you know. That's not Willa. That's Brandon's dog, Annie. She does that.
That's too funny.
That's some cute stuff, man.
All right, let's verify that this is actually 3 inches. It's kind of cute. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's 3 inches, just like it's supposed to be.
That is cute.
Perfect. So that's how I made my hourglass. So make sure you cut yourself some 4¼ inch squares for the hourglass. Then you're going to take and pick 2 colors. And I need to be writing this down because someone's going to ask, and then I'm going to be like, I don't remember what I said. Okay, we're going to cut 2 4¼ inch squares. Cut them both twice on the diagonal. Then you're going to sew the 2 color combo half triangles together. Actually, those are quarter triangles, not half. My bad. Combo quarter triangles. Together. Sew the 2 halves together. Then you're going to trim that down before you open it. Trim down to 3 inches. Voila. You now have an hourglass. But we're not gonna be making a whole boatload of these, I don't think. Let's see. Denise is a foot, human, or animal. It should be picked up right then. You'd be surprised where my husband finds straight pins. there'll be a straight pin in the bathroom floor, and it migrated with me on clothing. All right, so we have another hourglass made. Okay, now then, I want to do some more fabric cutting, I think. I need to cut some more. Actually, I need, Rita gave me a brilliant, Rita's brilliant. I need to check something out here. She mentioned something, and I want to test that little theory. Miss Rita, Miss Brilliance.
What is the 3-inch hourglass for?
Right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But they're going to be randomly in this whole thing. Just random. They're not going to be, yeah. But yeah, it went right there. Because I didn't want to try to make a, can you imagine trying to make that hourglass into a 1.5-inch hourglass? With all those seams?
No.
Could do it, but it'd be bulky. And someone might show up with one in theirs. Alrighty. Now, didn't I trim this one down? I must not have. Let me check this one out. Because I have dog ears on this one. I thought I trimmed this stuff. Oh. Uh-oh. What did I do now? Oh, some of you mentioned. Rita says, sure, that would be fun, Katie, and very cute. So I'm going to test a little theory that Rita brought up. Let's see what that looks like. I can remember which direction they're supposed to be pointed in. All right, I need some squares. Which means this is going to involve 3 rows all at once. That's all right. You can set up rows as you're going along anyway. So let me see here. Yep, there we go. Yep, this would work. Oh my goodness. Gotta love the way Rita thinks. Oh, let me see here. But these half square triangles are in serious need of pressing with the heat. Yeah, exactly, Rita. That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, oh, because this is going to be scrappy and fun at the same time. With a hint of something in it. That's wrong, looks like. Yeah, I got that turned the wrong way. Yep, now I got it right. Okay. Now let's lay out these 3 rows. These out of the way. Get me some rectangles and some squares. What I'm doing is working on 3 rows at a time right this, or 3 rows at the same time right this minute, because there's something I'm trying to do. Let's see how. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bonnie says, Mona, whose patterns do you like to use for making bags? I'm taking a skill builder class where all supplies are given to us, so eventually I will have to get my own patterns and hardware.
There are so many pattern makers. It just depends if you want. I can make a list of a handful of the ones I use. There's so many. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of Canadian ones too. Um, um, I would start with Lauren Mormino, Saya Swag, uh, Lola Love. Those are the top 3 I can think of that are super popular. Um, and then there's a few more, like I said, are Canadian. They're amazing. Maybe someday I'll make a list, actually. That'd be good because I can't think of the rest off the top of my head. Sorry.
I know one thing, I'm gonna have to cut myself some more rectangles. Otherwise, I'm going to be running out here real fast like.
Okay, ladies, it's dinner time.
Thank you for hanging out with us.
Thanks for having me. I had fun.
Yeah, tonight's been a fun night. I agree with you. It's been fun tonight. I am super pleased with how well it went tonight.
Me too.
I begin to worry about, you know what I'm talking about.
No, I had a good time.
Me too.
It's fun. I think it's really fun just throwing scraps together like that, you know.
Yep. It's
So
going to create an interesting little quilt, I think.
I think so too. Yeah.
So you'll probably get quite a bit cut for next go around, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I
Okay.
left everything out over there. I got everything organized. Now I just need to do some cutting.
Well, I figured we wouldn't get a lot sewn tonight because mostly I wanted to talk about what they needed to cut. And this will give them 2 weeks to get what they need cut. But I need to make sure I get some text out in the next day or so to get all the info out there where they know what they need to cut. And also,
Yeah, I thought today was just going to be a cutting day.
I thought it was too, but then I'm like, oh, I had
You changed it on me.
I had twitchy fingers.
Yeah, you wanted to get one sewn.
Yeah, what? Yeah, so that because one of the things I was worried most about is that because there's so many small. This is a challenging. Well, to me, I don't think it's challenging, but it looks challenging because we're using smaller pieces. And I didn't want anyone to get put off by it. So I thought if I sewed it right where they could see me sewing it, they could see it's not as bad as it looks. Just
Yeah.
give them a little incentive. So
Yeah,
we'll
and
keep
I'm actually leaning towards doing everything in 2.5 inch.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, y'all, you're welcome to go bigger if you're not comfortable with 1.5.
Well,
Y'all,
I just don't want to cut. I just don't have hardly any 1.5 fabrics, you know. I
yeah,
have mostly 2.5. So,
yeah,
and I don't want to cut that up.
yeah. I don't blame you there. If it's not there to waste it, don't waste
Right.
it. I just happen to have all this small stuff already.
So I was thinking it would be pretty interesting to see the
Yeah,
difference between what you're doing, and then if I make it a little bit bigger, then people can see what it would look
yeah.
like that way
I
too.
think that's a great idea. They'll get to see the variation because I did say earlier that if they didn't want to do it this small, they could go one size up. And so
Right.
seeing your one size up would help a lot. Because mine's 1.5, yours is going to be 2.5, which means if you decide to do the hourglass, your hourglass is going to need to be 4, not 3. But that's the only one that's going to be that oddball size because it's taking up 2 rows.
Yeah, I just have to pretty much increase everything by an inch.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's a great idea. And then when we come back in 2 weeks, we'll have your example and my example, and they'll have something to go by. And then we just all of us sew together, working on our project
Yeah,
and get creative with it.
exactly.
Yeah. But at least now they know what they're looking at.
Right. So I guess for me, you're going to have to say, Teresa, Katie says 2.5 for you.
Yep, I'll have to do that. So Katie says, have your stuff ready to go for 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Thank you for hanging out with us. I
Yeah,
appreciate
good to
it.
see you, Mona. Have a good night.
Good night, Teresa.
Good
See you in
night.
the morning, maybe. I don't know. Your lives. It was nice to see you this morning.
That was, yeah, I'll be gone all day tomorrow.
Okay. Have fun.
I have to go to town, so
Yeah,
that's
I
Have
had
like an
to
all
fun.
day
today.
thing.
Yeah,
I
have
had to
fun
today
shopping
too.
and whatever else you got planned for tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, ladies, have a good
You
night.
go eat a steak.
I
Good
am.
night. Good night.
Time for date
Good night.
day. And
Bye,
happy
everybody in
birthday
the chat.
again. Bye, Teresa.
Bye, chat.
Nina says, blame it on me. I love this kind of creating. Yeah, this is fun. And I like to, I also think that Rita had a great idea. We're going to put a friendship star right here in the middle of this because I think it'll look cool.
Cool.
Hello, Shirley. If you place your half square triangles in flying geese, then put points matching, they would make an hourglass. I'm not making flying geese. Oh, the triangles? I don't know. I'm just doing it the way I know how to do it. It's possible to do it that way if you know how to do it that way. I'm just doing it the way I figured out how to do it.
That's option C.
If you
Many,
play
many
your
ways.
yes, if you place your square triangles into flying geese and then put points matching. Yeah, I don't know, Shirley. Maybe. I would have I can't visual that, so I would have to make it to see. Huh. Let me see here. Let's get 4 of these. Where's I should have another red one in here somewhere. Or not. Oh, wait, here's one. Let me lay that out and see if that's what you mean. This out of the way.
I'm ironing just to let you know. Every time I go off, I'm right here ironing
Okay.
with my big back turned against you.
No, I don't wait. I don't think so.
Katie, what am I gonna do when you go to Genmart? What am I gonna do?
That's a really good question on what you plan, what you're gonna be lonely without me.
I'm gonna have to go on vacation too, I guess.
You need to get on the airplane and join us then, huh?
I'm gonna have to do something. I'm gonna be so lonely and lost.
I'm so lonesome.
Exactly.
That does not look like an hourglass like that though. But it might be. I'm so lonesome. Rita says, interesting. Yeah, it might work. Maybe. Maybe. Thought someone, it sounded like someone messaged me. Hey, someone did. It was my husband.
Yeah.
What time is it?
It's
It's already
8,
almost.
8:11 Central.
It was my husband. Let me see. Yes. He's asking if I'm doing a live.
Oh, is it coming? Is it coming?
I don't know. I'm asking him now what's going on. I figured he'd be eating. Or he's wondering why I'm still on a live one. 2 flying geese, center point to point does work, but the point is bulky. Yes. As to where the way I did it, not so bulky. Miniature Dresden's in there. Yes, that is going to happen. Uh-oh. Rita's on a roll over here.
Got that creative mind going.
Yep, it's got her going. And that's what I want. Y'all get creative with these scraps. I know one thing. These half square triangles really need a severe pressing with the iron.
Man, I need some chocolate.
You ain't the only one that wants chocolate.
Mm,
Seriously thinking about eating some ice cream.
I need some chocolate.
Unless he tried to call me and couldn't because I got my phone on silence. Let me see if he tried to call me. I don't think so, though. Not
Could
that I
be
can
all
see
of the
anyway.
above.
He hasn't answered me yet. He's read what I said. Unless he shows up in the chat. Oh, let's not lose a half square triangle. They're too tiny to lose. Nina says, Katie, what is the 3-inch hourglass for? It goes right here. Where is he trying to send me pictures at? Oh, his phone's acting bad. Well, it's a 2.5-inch finished, but it's gotta be 3-inch unfinished. No, yes. You have to have 3 inches for this to work. Because 1.5 and 1.5 is 3. Yeah, but I'm sorry. You guys, I think with the unfinished mind, not the finished mind. I think that's what I did. I could be wrong. Maybe I trimmed it down to 2.5. I don't remember. It could be that I trimmed it down to 2.5. Hang on a minute. I have to do something real quick. The ball is right here, Nora. See? Right there. Hang on a minute. Let me unhang it. Here. Your ball. Hey, your ball. Come here. It keeps scrolling all the way down and the pics that want to share is up. That's weird. Hang on a minute, you guys. I got to answer Nikolai. I'm going to suggest he. Okay. Uh-oh. Makes my head, wait, Teresa says, uh-oh, I missed something. Nina, wait, I'm behind. Yeah, yeah, okay. I'll deal with it when I get there. Math drives me crazy sometimes. I'll figure it out when I get there. Because I can still trim it down some more. Yep. I'll take care of it. Is this still live? Yes, it is. Finished or unfinished, laugh out loud. Makes my mind spin. Yeah, same here. I think they should have stuck to one term so they don't make it confusing for people like me who get confused by the term. All right, let's sew this. Ooh, big icebergs. Oh no, that's not an iceberg, but there's ice. Wow. I'll have to show you guys these pictures before we log off. All right, I need to download all this so I can do that. Nope, I need to download it on the other laptop. Hi, Delia. Hold on a minute, you guys. I'm going to show you some pictures because I know you'll like it. I like it, like it, like it. He must have just took these pictures, which means they are now in the midnight sun. Okay, let's go back to where the live is at. All right, there we go. I'm going to sew these rows first, and then I'll share the pictures with you. Oh, no, iceberg, dead ahead. Nina says they used to say cut size and finish size, but that was worse. What are you working on? I am working on our channel so long that has to do with we're sewing scraps together. And it's kind of like Simon says, do this. That's what they're doing. And we're kind of at the point where we'll carry on to the next go around. We're just sewing some stuff together right now. Are they going to allow driverless big rigs? I sure hope not. Let's take the job away from someone else. Delia, this is an example of what we're working on. I need my design board. Yes, and you're missing the one that's supposed to be, and then we have rectangles. It's 1.5 by 2.5. That's the other one, because that's for this rectangle. And I got this upside down for this rectangle here and right here. Those are 1.5 by 2.5. Unfinished, not finished. And Delia says, thanks, Katie. Just got in from the Blessings baseball game. Something is seriously wrong here. Oh, no, it's not. I just thought it was. Hi, Raven. How are you? Cindy says, I look at the squares like this, 1.5 plus 1.5 equals 3 inches minus ½ inch seam allowance to, yeah. So it's just the way I think. So y'all bear with me. That means I need to trim this down to 2.5. I forgot I did that last night. And I would have noticed it the minute I tried to put it in here and couldn't, and then I would have trimmed it down. So either way, I just gave wrong information again. Oh, me and my math. No, it's me and my lack of a skill set. That's what the problem is. I'm still learning. And that's why I keep saying that, because I'm not on the same level as other people are. But I'll get there eventually, one day. One day I will get there. And then I won't seem so confusing to everybody.
Can you show the pictures?
Yeah, I'm going to hear. Are you getting ready to go?
Not at all.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to show them. I'm looking to see if he sent more because I thought I heard my laptop going off some more. Check your community tab. Okay. Oh, he posted them on the community tab?
Maybe it was easier.
It might have been.
Easier for all of us to see.
Yeah, let me go look because they might be there. Because I was going to show them in the live. If not, you should have been able to upload.
How's his reception out there?
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it sucks. They're using Starlink for the ships, so it should be better than it. Well, he says it's better than it's ever been. I mean, because
Man, have you ever seen a Starlink?
no.
OMG. One night I walked out and I looked up and I saw what I thought was Santa Claus and the reindeer. And I said, holy shit. I called my husband, I called my daughter, and we were all looking. And I was freaking out. So I immediately got online. I was like, anybody else see this guy tonight? Blah, blah, blah. Well, after investigation, it was a Starlink taken off. And it was amazing. Like I said, it looked like Santa Claus and the sleigh. It was a chain link of stars. I mean, of lights. It was the coolest and neatest and weirdest thing I've ever seen. Starlink satellites.
So you can actually see them in the sky?
I saw them launching into the sky.
Oh, you saw the actual launch.
Yeah, they were taking off from here to there.
I've seen the space shuttle launch more than once, but when they did their first night launch, I was standing on top of a hotel and could see me watching it take off.
See, isn't that neat?
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to have a bunch of pins on the floor right now.
It's like mega perspective.
Yep.
But yeah, that Starlink stuff freaked me out. I didn't know what was what.
Nina says, Katie, I started at age 17. That was 50 years ago. You got lots of time to learn. I don't know about lots of time, but hopefully enough to learn. Yeah. Why is this one off like this? I need my ruler. This looks like it's off. It is off. Why are they off? It shouldn't be off. Maybe it was the way I sewed that one.
My chickens are in their fugly stage.
Oh, cool. Jess has just started hatching out in the last 2 or 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
But she says she thinks the last 4 that hasn't hatched are duds.
They're duds. Yeah, they get to the stage right now where they're kind of cute, but not really anymore. They're kind of getting their feathers, and they kind of look like all, well,
You must have
fugly.
posted.
They're going to puberty.
Yeah. Julia says, Katie just happened to catch the pics Nico posted. Wow. Yep.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to go look
He
now.
posted them over on the Facebook group, not the
Oh.
community tab.
Oh,
But I can show them. For those that don't Facebook, I'll show them to you in just a minute.
thank you. That would be me.
Some of you don't Facebook.
I'm not a Facebook person.
This is what I love about my Facebook account because I can post stuff like this. There's nowhere else to post stuff like this.
The YouTube community page is no bueno.
You can post pictures, but not videos.
Oh, okay, it's a
There's
video.
a video involved in all of this.
Okay.
See, if you're worried about, or if you're not wanting to deal with people, you just set it to private, which is how I got mine set. That's why I don't mix my YouTube with my private Facebook.
You know, we got like a cold front. It was like, it's chilly outside.
I don't think that the winter is going to go away yet because I think when El Nino comes roaring in, it's going to get hot. I don't know how that's going to affect Greenland temperature wise. I'm wondering if it won't force us to have a chilly summer when y'all are scorching hot and we're cold. They were talking about the Pacific was going to be abnormally warm. Because usually the Pacific's not hot. It's, when I was down in San Diego in August with the kids in 2001, I went to put my feet in the water. I'm like, no. The kids got in it, but I didn't. But their lips were purple by the time they got out because it was so cold. We're used to that tropical bathtub effect we get in Florida. Denise says, are you talking about SpaceX, Mona?
Um, I believe that is the company. Mm-hmm. But I think it was Starlink. Starlink.
They have Starlink satellites going around the planet.
Yeah, I believe it was Starlink, and it was a link of a bunch of satellites. They were lit up, and it looked kind of like a ladder in the sky with lights. And it was just it was amazing. And I saw it not once, not twice, but 3 times. I guess they were launching or taking off, but after the first one, I started paying attention, and sure enough, we saw it again, and then again. So, and I looked it up, and yeah, they were taken off. It's just like a link of lights,
Mm-hmm.
a row of lights in the sky. Like I said, it looked like Santa's sleigh. Super neat.
Raven says, oof, Katie, a customer and I were talking about a cold summer today. And I told him unless a big volcano goes off on the other side of the earth, we should be fine. The thing is, this El Nino this year is supposed to be something like a super El Nino. And Florida, Jacksonville should not already be at 95 degrees in April. Maybe South Florida, but not Northeast Florida. Or yeah. Oh, I think it's going to be a very hot summer. Which means, like I said, we're either that or we'll be all rainy and cold. I hope not, because I would like to see some sunshine for the summer.
Yeah, you're looking a little pale. You need some
Yeah.
sun.
I don't like working in the rain.
You need some sun.
I love the sun, but I don't believe in getting sunburns and crap. That's why I don't stand, I'm careful about it. I actually have to wear a hat to keep the sun off my mouth because my mouth gets sores on it from the sun. Some kind of weird thing that changed in my body. And it might be because I spent too much time sitting on a horse getting my mouth burned from the sun. So now I get blisters whenever I have too much sun on my face. What does it mean to me in Wisconsin? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how El Nino affects all of the United States.
Ow.
We had 25 ooh. So you've already bypassed the average. I didn't even realize Wisconsin was in Tornado Alley.
Oh yeah, we had storms today and everything. Shit, my electricity went off and on.
I'm trying to make sure this works before I get sidetracked with pictures. Checking it. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Rita, do you see what's happening here? Can you see it yet? Maybe
She
not.
created a monster.
I need to spotlight this for a minute because maybe they can't see what I'm doing. Do you see it, Mona? Did you do?
Yes.
Star showing up. That's scary, says Denise. And
Look at all
Raven.
those itty bitty pieces you've got on your desk.
Mhm. Raven says it's up north until July, but we're still moving down. Oh, got you. I can't imagine living in Tornado Alley. Living in Florida didn't bother me because I mean, we got our fair share of tropical storms and stuff, and a couple hurricanes that passed over Lake City, but by the time they get to Lake City, they're pretty much not so bad. You're more worried about getting hit with tornadoes because of them. but I couldn't imagine living in Tornado Alley and having to worry about tornadoes every day of your life.
No shit.
I have this saying, hurricanes are Mother Nature taking her sweet time to clean house. And tornadoes are when Mother Nature is PO'd and wants to clean it right now.
Starting with that room.
You know, wipe it out. And I'm not being all whatever about it. It just, that's the way it seems to me. It just hurries up and gets the job done and then it's gone after it leaves lots of devastation, you know?
Yeah.
The tornado or hurricanes, on the other hand, they can be moving and then suddenly stall out and then dump boats and boats and boatloads of water.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one year, I think it was, I don't remember what year because I think it was Super Bowl, the Super Bowl. I can't remember which one was the Marino and Montana montage where they were going against each other. But late summer, we were watching a football game, and we were waiting for Hurricane Elena to make landfall at Big Bend. She got within, I don't know, 50 or 60 miles of Big Bend and she stalled. And she sat there an entire week dumping rain.
Mm.
Then, instead of coming on in like we all thought she was, a high pressure trough dropped down and pushed her back west of us, and she ended up in Texas or something.
Yep.
Or Louisiana, somewhere in one of those states.
I remember family members talking about that.
Yep.
So, not really my time. But.
Her name was Hurricane Elena.
It's a pretty name too, by the way. And then
you should look at the airport videos. 1,000 cars at Madison Airport hit that week with hail. Wow. Yeah, Nikolai was talking about the hail thing, and I said, yeah, it's going to do, if they're big ones, they're going to do some devastation, let me tell you. It's hail's like throwing rocks, especially if they're big ones. And actually, the biggest I've ever seen has been like marble size. I've never really seen any bigger than that. But did you know that it hails here in Greenland?
No, but it
Winter months.
doesn't surprise me.
So a lot of times when we get it'll be really warm outside, and we know it's going to snow. And then when you walk out the next morning, you'll see where it snowed, but you can also see hail on the ground.
Yeah, because it's a major clash.
Yeah, and they're about the size of like a pea.
Yeah.
And they're different color than snow. They're white, but they're still, you can see the color. They're like even whiter than snow. All right. Can everybody see the star showing up here?
Yep. Okay.
So see, this is how creative you can get with this scrappy thing. Still using your scraps, but you're not, yeah. Raven says, hurricanes are foreign and scary to me. With a tornado, I can get in the basement and probably be fine. Hurricanes try to drown you. Yep, depends on where you are. Okay, who wants to see pictures?
I do.
Okay, let's do this then.
I'm not fancy on Facebook.
No, it's okay. All right, I got this on the screen. I need to move some stuff around a little bit and get less off my screen. Get rid of this. And this. All right, now let me share my screen. Will you keep up with what's being said in the chat? Because I can't see the chat when I'm doing this.
Okay.
Please
Let me log on to meet
let me
Debbie.
know. Yeah, let me know when you see this photo on the screen, or someone says they can see it.
Okay.
Because I can't see the chat. Because for some
It,
reason it won't come up on my other laptop.
it's
So
there. It's there.
it's there. Okay.
Wow, look how beautiful that is.
Let's see which way am I supposed to be going. Okay, there we go. He is up north in the ice. So that the stuff you see on the water, that's ice. And they're fishing in the ice.
Bonnie said, oh, Raven said, I see, I see. Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Does Nico, does his like face ever get chapped, or like his skin, does his skin get affected by the coldness?
It's mostly his hands I see trouble with.
Okay.
They wear helmets and stuff. Well, it's safety, but they also have like headsets built into it so they can talk to each other because the noise outside is loud
Mm-hmm.
because he works on the deck. So some of that affords him a bit of protection. But sometimes he comes home with like he had a spot on his cheek this last time where he got a little bit frostbite. So it does happen sometimes, just not all the
That's
time.
exactly what I'm talking about.
But his hands are what gets the biggest hit.
His poor little face got frostbite. Oh,
You see,
no. That's not cool, man.
I'm gonna play it one more time.
Wow, look at that open ROC.
Yeah, this is before they went into the ice. They must be
Wow.
sitting down to get ready to enter it, I bet. Okay, so that's what he posted tonight.
No blue skies there.
Yep. Because I think I shared the pictures from, I don't know, let me go look and see. No, best to look in the file. Hold on a minute.
Blue
Just
sky
give me some pictures
shining on me.
yesterday, I think it was. Yeah, they're not on this laptop.
Telia says that they've got ice like that on the St. Clair River in Michigan where they live.
Oh, cool. All right. That was all of it. Okay, unshun screen. Did it stop sharing?
It did.
Oh, because I touched that screen. That's why it did that. Okay, cool.
It did. It did.
So what did y'all think about that?
Thought that was cool.
Katie, how big are your blocks? How big are the blocks you are making going to be? The sample one is 6.5 squared. So this is a 6.5. Let me something's wrong. I thought I undid that. No, I did not. Yeah, this is going to be 6.5. This is 6.5. So we're probably going to do them in 6.5 inch increments, and then we'll just start sewing them together. I'm not putting any sashing in between any of it. I'm going to use every little bit. Shirley says, sure looks cold. It is, but it'll start changing. that snowfall that we were getting yesterday that I thought about going live and y'all see it, it's melting really fast. So yeah, Delia, these will be 6.5, and then we're going to just join them together. Now other people might put sashing on theirs. I don't know what they plan. It's up to those that are sewing how they want to do it, but this is what I'm trying to create. Let me show you where I got this idea from. This is where the idea came from.
I told you it looks 80s.
This is not 80s though.
It looks 80s.
It doesn't look 80s to me.
Retro, which is not bad. It's just like a retro look.
This is wrapping paper
80s wrapping paper.
with Greenland flags all over it.
Cute.
Shirley says, I was working on my shipwreck PMQ. Speaking of PMQ, I got clue 3 I need to get done. So that's where the idea came from. And it's a great way to use up these small pieces of fabric. Or because that's why there's not, I mean, here, Julia, let me show you something. Hold on a minute. Because you weren't here when I showed this earlier. I'm going to spotlight the other camera because I want to show you what's on this paper. Uh-oh, go away. I clicked on the wrong thing. All right. Let's see. You have half square triangles here. You have this type of block. Then you have quarter squares down here. And this is just wrapping paper. Hourglass. I'm not sure what this looks like. It probably was flying geese created to be like this, maybe. I don't know. And of course, the Greenland flags all over the place here. So that's where I got the idea from, because I'm like, I want to make that. And you can use direct. This is what I like the most about it, is because they're showing different contrast of these blocks. You got directional and polka dots and solids. It looks like they used purple as an accent maybe in this paper. It's really cool. Didn't Andrea, wait a minute, I can't see all that. Hold on a second. Didn't Andrea put something in your Facebook community tab in YouTube? She did. Hold on. You are so very right about that. 1 minute, please. All right, now I'm going to share my screen again. And Mona, will you let me know when they see it? Are you there?
I'm right here.
Okay, because I'm about to share.
Look at that cute little avatar.
I know, I had fun playing with that. And it was from an original picture of what I look like right now. Only it took 10 years off and slimmed me up on purpose. I wanted to see, because if you compared that picture to my graduation picture.
Okay, I could see it. Or
Okay.
they can.
Yep.
It's up.
Andrea's already got hers done. See this? Super colorful.
Wow.
And there's her hourglass block right there. There is the quarter square triangle one block, half square triangle. There's a rectangle there, and there should be another rectangle somewhere, I think. But she's doing it how she wants to. That looks wonderful. Oh, here's a rectangle down here. Yep. So there you have it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, fantastical.
Or in French, c'est magnifique.
Oh, look, this is Linda Aurifil lady's scraps that she's going to be sewing from.
All right.
Look at there. Oh, she must have shared more than one picture too. Woo, look at all these scrappies.
We're like a la scraps.
Wow. Someone has a lot of scraps. Potato chips, 5 and dime. The ones on the bottom look like 2.5 inch. Yep. So she said she was going to share them. So there's her scrappy stuff. And then Sherry says, I got a start. So she's working on them. And then Andrea's with her scraps. You guys are rocking it here. And yeah. Ooh, wait. When did this get? Oh, this was 2 months ago. You've already seen this. Okay. I need to hit the like button. This is, and somebody commented on it, so I'll read the comment later. So there you have it. Y'all go over there and comment on those that posted their scraps and pictures of what they're working on. And that's what we got done. Okay, where is the live chat at? All right. Didn't he? I think we got. Laura says, hi, Katie, Mona, and everyone. I've been lurking while doing some mending for my daughter. Hi, Laura. I hope you're feeling all right.
Hello, Laura.
Laura, you are a quilter, not a seamstress. Just kidding. And then Denise says, does Andrea give finished block sizes there? I didn't read what she wrote, so I don't know. It's 6.5 is what this is. So hers should be around the same size. And then Laura says, I'm very particular about what I mend. I don't hem pants ever. And then Laura says, those blocks are very cool. Thank you. And you know what? I am ready to stop the live. I'm tired, and I need to put, my stomach's making weird noises, which means I need to put some food in it. Mostly it's because I'm in pain and I need to do something about it.
Uh-oh.
I am uncomfortable right now.
What hurts?
My
Your
neck,
back?
my
Oh.
neck, and my back.
My back's been hurting a lot lately.
Yeah, my back has been bothering me for a couple of days, and it's kind of migrated up my spine a little bit.
Uh-oh.
And it's probably because I'm not getting enough sleep.
And water.
I don't know about the water part, but definitely not. It might be, could be.
When you get dehydrated, your body starts acting weird.
But I feel very tired. But my eyes is but I think what's bugging me the most is my eyes. I'm in one of those whatever with my eyes, and it's driving me a little insane because I want to keep touching my eyes. Laura says, honestly, I needed the distraction. My brother-in-law was just diagnosed with terminal cancer. Oh, no. I'm so sorry to hear that, Laura. And Delia says, night, everyone. Have a great night. See you, Surette, Delia.
Buenas noches.
Denise is saying good night. Everybody's saying, okay. All right. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with that? You make something beautiful, or you do something wonderful for someone else so it puts a smile on their face, because you never know, that might change their whole world. And then Shirley says, I am only 4'11", and even if I buy short or petites, I have to hem them up. And then Raymond says, it has been very cold and tired all week, or she's been cold and tired all week. And Shirley says, oh no, Laura, I am sorry. Yeah, I'm ready to go, and I'm going to shut this live down. And Laura, I'll put your family in my prayers. Love you guys. Thank you for coming and hanging out as long as you did with me tonight. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the next live. And it'll be Shonda and I working on social lights 9 and 10. So have a great night. Y'all get some good rest, and bye. Hey, Mona.
Hmm.
Um,
Can you see me? Am I here? Can you hear me?
yeah, I hear you. I was just
Okay.
gonna